I'd like to call the meeting to order. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you all for coming tonight. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Moore.
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara.
Present.
Councilman Iacilli.
Present.
Councilman Pell.
Here.
Councilman Schiavone.
Present.
Thank you. All right, I move to adopt the minutes of the special town board meeting of October 3rd, 2024.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I move to adopt the minutes of the regular town board meeting of October 8th, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And motion to accept and adopt the minutes of the Hampton Bays Water District Commissioners meeting of October 10th, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, would you please read the communications?
The following communications have been received in the office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the town of Riverhead, a public hearing notice, Village of Southampton, Zoning Board of Appeals application for Lee Avenue, Village of West Hampton Beach, Planning Board applications for 352 Dune Road, 350 Dune Road, and the Zoning Board of Appeals application for 110 Dune Road. From the New York State Office of Cannabis Management, notification to municipality for new establishments at 471 County Road 39 North Highway and 181 Hayground Road, Watermill. We have received the following correspondence via email and letters regarding the following: former U.S. Coast Guard housing in West Hampton, Hampton Bays Pattern Book, 9 Energy LLC Best Exemption Hearing Notification, Spionk Community Park, 178 Old Country Road, Spionk, and Zoning Board of Appeals application for Hildreth Road in Hampton Bays. The following bid and proposal was received for bid for fencing and stakes on October 9th, 2024, 2 p.m. And that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
Thank you. I have 4 walk-on resolutions that I'd like to add to the agenda. The first is Town Board Resolution ID number 47877, Notice of Public Hearing to consider the sale of 112 Old Riverhead Road, West Hampton Beach, New York. The second is Town Board Resolution ID number 47890 to appoint Jadis Maldonado to guard position in public safety. The third is Town Board Resolution ID number 47894, which is the warrant number 20, and the final Town Board Resolution ID number 47905 to authorize the supervisor to sign a contract with Surifi for legal education services. I move to add these to the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice for the first and second public hearings together?
Public hearing number 1 on the 2025 preliminary budget. Public hearing number 2 to consider any increases proposed in the maximum amount to be expended annually in the town of Southampton special districts.
Who have we got here? Kathleen, are you going to speak to this, or? Well, to introduce the. No. Okay. Okay. This is Hi.
Good evening, Madam Supervisor and members of the Town Board. So this is your first public hearing on the proposed 2025 operating budget. Also called as hearing number 2 is your proposed budget for the special districts within the town, which is listed as part of your hearing packet. I don't have any presentation to make, but your town comptroller is here if you have any questions, Ms. Dorothy Godlewski, and certainly there's an opportunity for people to be heard at this point on the budget.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you.
I do have one card for Claire Shea.
evening, Madam Supervisor and Town Board members. I'm Claire Shea. I am the CSEA Unit President and your employee, Assistant Town Planning Director. The reason we are here is that we have reviewed your budget and watched the meeting where it was presented and where you indicated a raise for all your admin staff and nothing for the union employees, CSEA or police. Your stated reasons was to, and I quote, prioritize attracting and retaining qualified town employees, therefore giving all the admin personnel $3,000 on top of their base salary. With your words, you clearly indicated your prioritization of your admin staff, and you have no value for your union employees. The hard workers who report to work in person every day at Town Hall, Highway, Waste Management, PSDs, Parks, CZU Center, and other support staff. The median salary for union employees is $70,000, which the federal government and the town of Southampton says is a very low income. Not low income, very low income. Your average salary for admin staff is $104,000, which the town of Southampton puts as median income. Only 11 of the 350 union employees make over $105,000. There's 13 that make, of your admin employees, which is 71, make less than $105,000. Do you think this is fair? I'm asking all of you when you consider this budget. So we have spoken outside, but I want you to know that I'm happy to meet with you. I could meet with you next week to discuss a budget that would work for the town of Southampton. These things you don't know because you haven't met with me. You have employees who lived in their car this year and reported to work. Employees who have their cars repossessed at Town Hall. And that's so embarrassing and disrespectful for employees for the wealthiest town in the USA. Consistently ranked. I'm here, you can all do the right thing, and in this budget, you can provide $3,000 for all your employees. Union, admin, police, all your employees. You have the power to do that in your budget without talking to me. But I'm here. If you'd like to talk, I'm available next week. Let's do this.
Thank you.
Kevin, is there anyone on Zoom who'd like to speak at the public hearing? What did he say?
You said they have a hand up.
Okay.
Are you bringing them on, Kevin?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Hi, it's Gail Lombardi. Can you hear me?
Barely.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on assistive devices, so I apologize. I hope to make the meeting. I did not look at the budget in detail, but my concerns are at a higher level, but obviously I respect Claire's comments very much so, because I think there's a disconnect, and not the 5 board members that are sitting there, because probably if you all did your hourly wage, you probably could sue the town because you probably don't make minimum wage. But the fact is, I think there is a disconnect between performance and salaries in the town. And I think that the town, it's late in the game, Supervisor Moore, you've only been here a short time and mostly new board members, and I'll even put Cindy in that group. But there should be performance metrics from your employees. I know that that goes against the grain of civil service, but I have to tell you, if we were to do performance metrics on some of the higher paid employees, I wonder what you would actually have. So I respect Claire's comments. And the other thing is there really is no oversight. to this administration. In my years that I've tried to find oversight, it's us, the citizens activists, that provide any oversight to this board. I know you have the AAA rating, but the AAA rating is based on the fact that you have high property values. Again, another issue that Claire has pointed out. It's a high value community, and that's why the AAA rating continues, based on my quick review of that. You also file with the SEC. I've never looked at those filings, but I plan on doing that, and you get extra points because you have an audit committee, but you yet don't have anybody that's actually an auditor, because I looked up, at least recently, anybody that has a CPA license in the state of New York. And so, you know, there definitely is a lot of room for improvement. I can say that I'm going to recommend changes, but I think that, I don't know what time you can do it this year, but there's definitely a lot of room for improvement, and I hope to see some performance metrics on a go-forward basis from the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, is anyone else on Zoom?
No one else on Zoom.
All right, well, these two public hearings we're going to hold open until the November 11th meeting, 12th meeting on November 12th. Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice?
I'm
for
sorry, we need to close them individually? I mean, we need to adjourn them individually,
Oh, all
the
right.
hearings.
Before we close, I'd just like to give a small shout out to the fire protection districts. Last year, the Northeast Quogue Fire Protection District actually lowered the cost to the town for fire protection, and it's a little bit more this year, but the Sag Harbor Fire Department has lowered the cost of the fire protection district for Noyak as well as Bay Point, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, I move to hold over the public hearing number 1 on the 2025 preliminary budget till the
Second.
November 12th meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I move to hold over the public hearing to consider increases to the proposed maximum amounts to be expended annually on the Southampton special districts.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Public hearing number 3, to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 8, Budget, to override the tax levy limit established by General Municipal Law 3C.
Good evening, Madam Supervisor and members of the Town Board. On June 24th, 2011, the property tax cap was signed into law pursuant to Chapter 97 of the laws of 2011. In short, the property tax cap establishes a limit on the annual growth or increase of property taxes levied by local governments and school districts up to 2%, or the rate of inflation, whichever is less. Though there are limited, narrow exclusions to the cap applies to both withdrawn. The cap applies to the total levy set by the town. By its terms, the tax levy cannot exceed the cap unless 60% or a majority of the town board approves such an increase by a duly adopted local law. Each year, mortgage tax revenues help fund the town's ongoing expenses. Despite conservative estimates, however, there was a reduction in the mortgage tax revenues realized in 2024, leaving a shortfall as it relates to the anticipated revenues available to fund the town's operating expenses for the 2025 fiscal year. As proposed, in addition to an increase in both health insurance and workers' compensation insurance rate, the budget adds much-needed staffing positions to certain departments, including the Police Department and the Division of Code Enforcement, and also seeks to decrease its borrowing for recurring operating expenses by creating an annual fund from which to pay such costs. For these reasons, the board would need to override the tax levy limit of 2% as it relates to the 2025 fiscal year, and in order to do so, must adopt a local law pursuant to General Municipal Law Section 3C, if it is so inclined. By way of background, the town did pierce the cap one other time, and that was in 2014, which was attributable to your Sagaponack and Bridgehampton Beach Erosion Control District. As proposed currently, the tax levy increase is over the cap by approximately $5.3 million. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have, and also present is your town comptroller, Dorothy Godlewski, to answer any questions you may have. One final note, I will be asking at the conclusion of this hearing that you adjourn it also to November 12th with your other budget hearings. Does the board have any questions for me?
That's a good summary that you just gave. Well, I don't have any cards for this public hearing, but Kevin, is there anyone on Zoom that would like to speak? Okay, then I move to hold over this public hearing to the November 12th meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Public hearing number 4 for an exemption from Town Code, Chapter 314, entitled Moratorium on Battery Energy Storage Systems, requested by applicant 9 LLC, formerly known as Certain Solar Inc., and Island Clean Energy LLC.
John Armentano from Farrell Fritz, representing the applicant. I have the affidavit of posting and mailing, so I'll hand that in, and we have some additional documents for the board tonight.
Just a few. Okay. You can bring them over here. Thank you. So these are for them to see now. You can just leave them there.
First round.
Good evening, Madam Supervisor, members of the board. Again, my name is John Armentano. I'm an attorney with Farrell Fritz. Tonight with me is Sam Brill, who represents 9 I have also Paul Rogers, who is a former FDNY. He also is, and he'll explain his credentials, but he works for a fire safety ESR and G group, which is the separate report that you have been given. You've given a PowerPoint slide presentation as well. And he's also a member of Governor Hochul's Best Working Group Task Force. So I think these are the experts. And we're here tonight again. At the end of May of 2024, we submitted a petition seeking an exemption from the town's best moratorium. We are here to present our application. Again, Sam will take you through the details of the site itself. Then Paul will discuss fire safety issues and the status of our compliance with them. And I will close with the requirements of the moratorium, and then obviously answer any questions you may have, and that's all. We'll make our presentation now. Thank you.
Madam Supervisor, council members, thank you for your time this evening. I'm hoping I can run through this slide deck with you. Now is about the time I'd actually be reading a story to my daughter, but this is more fun, right? We're going through the slide deck. So I think 2 big picture points that I want to make. We're asking for an exemption to the moratorium for, I think, 2 big reasons. One is if this project is further delayed, it really might kill it. We really might not be able to build this project because we've been delayed so badly so far. Second big picture issue that I hope you take away is that our project is very different from some of the ones that have gotten a lot of controversy in the town. We really feel like we are kind of a victim of circumstance. If it hadn't been for the very, very large controversial project that drew a lot of attention, our project would have already been built. We got almost all the permits that we needed a couple of years ago when the moratorium hit and we were stopped in our tracks. So I'd like to run through our project a bit with you if I could. First, I just want to tell you a little bit about our company, 9.Energy. So on this page here. Our mission is to make the power grid in downstate New York cleaner, more resilient, more equitable, and less costly. And I'll tell you a little bit about more how we do that. You know, the big picture about renewables here in Long Island and in Southampton is that the state of New York and LIPA and the town of Southampton have set really ambitious goals to get us off of fossil fuels and onto renewables. Energy storage is a critical piece of that puzzle. It's really a critical component to integrating renewables because the wind is not always blowing, the sun's not always shining. We need some way of storing that energy, and energy storage is the way to do it. It's also a way of retiring these old peaker plants, these very old, high emissions, very dirty facilities. There's a small one in Southampton, there's a larger one in Shoreham, which are called upon on those hot summer days when the grid's under a lot of stress. They emit a lot of noxious gases as well as carbon. Energy storage is a way of getting us away from those high emissions peaker plants. So 9DOT is a company that's based here in New York. We are not part of some international energy conglomerate. We're not based in California or London or somewhere. We're based in New York City. Our focus is on what we call community scale energy storage projects. You know, the canal project is what we would call utility scale. That's 50 plus megawatts, football fields filled with batteries. On the other end of the spectrum would be energy storage in your home. You might have a Tesla Powerwall that charges your car or gives emergency backup to your home. We are sort of right in the middle on that spectrum. We are connected to the grid, but we're much smaller. The project that we have in front of you this evening is a 5 megawatt project. The actual square footage that's covered with batteries is a couple thousand square feet. It's quite small. We are connected to the distribution grid. So when you think of our entire energy grid, a really good analogy I've heard is a tree and its branches. So the tree trunk would be the big transmission lines. That's the canal project, that energy storage project. Then there are branches of the tree. So you have a big transmission line going through Long Island, and then the distribution lines that branch off of that into homes and businesses. And our project is designed to support that part of the grid, the smaller distribution area that's closest to where folks live and their businesses. It's really important for us at 9DOT that we are part of the communities that we serve. So this page is showing a mural that we made with a school that we're right across the street from in the Bronx. Our first operational energy storage project, which is, you can see in the diagram, literally across the street. It's about 50 feet away. And we partnered with that school on after-school programming, STEM education, and they helped design the mural that now stands in front of our energy storage site. It's worth saying that we have met with the Riverhead Central School District Superintendent and her deputies. We met with them a few weeks ago to talk about our project. At that meeting, they expressed no concerns about our project. They said they looked forward to, if and when the project was approved, collaborating with us on similar educational programming around clean energy. Paul Rogers can talk a lot more about this. He is truly the country's leading expert on energy storage and fire safety. But this slide goes through just some of the fire safety standards that we meet. Because 9DOT is based in New York City, we comply with FDNY's requirements, which really are the toughest in the whole country. The fire department of New York City has a pre-approved list of technologies that's very short. All of our projects use those technologies. This project would use a Tesla Megapack, which we consider to be the best in class in terms of safety and reliability. We go through various layers of fire safety, federal, state, and local, and partner with Paul and his team. So a little bit about this site, which is 14 Enterprise Zone Drive in Flanders. So what we are proposing this evening is, what we've been working on for a few years now, is a 5 megawatt energy storage project that also incorporates solar. The size of the property is about 1 acre. Again, the actual area covered with equipment is just about 2,100 square feet. just for context, this is about 1/10 of the size of the canal project that drew a lot of attention here. This is in an industrial zoning district, LI 40. We already have, and it's actually at the end of your packet, signed interconnection agreements with PSE&G. We have already obtained incentives from NYSERDA, from the state. We don't get those incentives till the project is built. And it's a question whether we can meet the deadline that NYSERDA has given us to get those incentives. We believe for lots of reasons this site is the perfect site for energy storage development. If the town is going to approve energy storage anywhere, we believe it's here. That's because, as I said, it's an industrial zoning district. All of Enterprise Zone Drive was meant for industrial development. It's 800 and plus feet from any home. It's 460 plus feet from Phillips Avenue Elementary School. And important to us in terms of the energy transition, it's located in what's called an LSRV zone. Those are areas of the grid which LIPA and the state of New York have designated as the most stress during those peak summer hours, when there's a threat of either having a blackout or brownout or firing up those high emissions peaker plants. And so in the diagram, you can see that this site is within the Tiana distribution network, which is within that LSRV zone. At this point, I'm going to turn it back over to John to talk a little bit about the history of this site. But suffice it to say that we had gotten SECRA a negative declaration. We had gotten special exception approval. We've gotten conditional site plan approval. We'd signed our interconnection agreements with LIPA. We've gotten NYSERDA incentives. We've gotten the Pine Barrens Commission approval to clear the site, which we've done. We were in the process of mobilizing and getting financing when the moratorium hit, and since then we have not been able to proceed with the project. And as I said before, because NYSERDA has this deadline of putting our project into service by May 2025, any further delay would really threaten the viability of the project. Not to mention the fact that if we go out to a lender to provide financing for the rest of the project, they're going to say, there's a moratorium. How are we going to give you financing if you haven't gotten your permits from the town of Southampton, right? So the viability of this project is really put into question right now because of the moratorium. So John's going to go through some of the
I have a question
factors.
about one of the slides that you
Please,
showed.
yeah.
As far as the percentage of the what percentage is going to be solar and what percentage is going to be grid fed for the battery?
So
you said in part solar.
yeah, so there will be 44 solar panels on the site. They're going to sit on top of the buildings which house electrical equipment.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of solar generated on the site, not huge. You would need a lot more acreage covered to generate a significant amount of solar. What that solar is going to do is power some of the auxiliary equipment on the site and make sure that we're not drawing further from the grid. So the purpose of this project is energy storage. We're also incorporating solar because why not? Why not use the extra space for renewables?
Thank you.
Yes,
I
thank you.
just have two quick things. One, the neg deck was for the solar, correct? It was
No.
for the batteries?
The neg deck was for the batteries in 2021.
And the site plan approval or the special exception approval was not
Everything.
just for the solar? It was
Correct.
for the batteries?
Correct.
Because we were under the understanding that you withdrew the application for the battery storage in order to get the solar approved by the planning board. That's not accurate?
Yes.
Yes. No, to answer that question, initially, back in 2021, the project was approved as currently proposed. We had a solar component and the same exact amount of battery storage on the project. So that was approved by the planning board in 2021. The project didn't get off the ground for construction. That was a delay. The moratorium occurred. So the neg deck was for exactly what we are proposing.
No, but so if you're saying it was for the same amount of solar as batteries, there's no way this site can
No,
put
no,
out
I'm-
5 megawatts of solar generation.
I didn't mean it that way. I meant the array. And Sam maybe answer it better, but the amount of cabinets for the battery and the amount of solar is the same. I'm not saying they equate to energy at all. The project as designed in 2021.
Is exactly the same as what you're looking at right now.
And then one other point I just wanted to quickly make, because
Sure.
you had mentioned Riverhead School District, and I know there's probably parents either on Zoom or here. I just didn't want to make it clear, and you can get it from the clerk. We did get a letter from the school district today asking us to put the children first and deny the exemption, so.
That's
Just
fine.
wanted you to
Yes,
know that.
understood. I appreciate that.
It's news to us, right? We we had a great meeting. I've been emailing back and forth with the superintendent, so it's a little bit shocking to me that.
The clerk does have it, it's part of the record.
Sure.
That's great. I'd like to have a copy of that. Again, just so that we're clear also, and then what you had mentioned, Madam Supervisor, was then due to the moratorium, the project had financing issues. We had the back clearing window, which everyone is familiar with. We modified the plan. We met with the planning department. We met with assistant town attorneys, and then we had a hearing before the planning board with the clear understanding that we were pivoting to a solar construction to allow for the clearing of the site because of the back clearing window. So that was what was proposed. We were very clear at all of the meetings that we were doing this modification to the site plan to allow for the clearing of the property, which is cleared under the compatible growth area. So that is what was approved by the planning board. We cleared the trees with the hopes that the moratorium, which was created, would have been progressing through so that we would be timed right to then hopefully have the moratorium expire, to then apply to the planning board to then again amend the plan to reintroduce the battery storage, because this site, as we're all clear, is clearly not large enough to support a solar array. It's very small. The design here, the zoning, and again, just to be clear, we met the town's prior, and you would say existing code for BESS. So the project did not need any variances. It was given a site plan. It was given a special exception. We were caught in the literal catch-22 of the moratorium and the bats. So we had progressed, hopefully, and we've observed many of your work session hearings, that the moratorium and that there would be guidance for how this moratorium would be lifted and that there would be code amendments so that we could track, because again, delay is the death of any project. So the idea was, and we're not hiding anything, was to kind of progress on the path. Again, we were hoping that there would have been code amendments to your code before seeking a moratorium exemption. We are running out of time for this project, and that's why we are seeking an exemption from the moratorium, with the understanding that with the granting of the moratorium, that still means we have to go to the planning board, right? We're not
to get approval for your amendment back to what the original.
Correct. So if you're following me, the exemption from the moratorium would allow us to progress through the planning board for the construction of the battery storage. Correct. So we're caught in this time crunch as well, and we did wait for some time, but we're running out of time, and that's the reason that we're here tonight. I think I just want to be clear that's how we got here, and to be clear, the neg deck still holds true. If there is forever a reason that we need to redo the neg deck, we have no issue with that, but just for the record, the neg deck, in my opinion, carries through. But if there's an opinion that we would need to amend our secret process, that would be for the planning department, and we'd be more than willing to accommodate that, because we've been through the Pine Barrens Commission. They might have been the biggest hurdle, I would think, and they said that this project, they approved it, right? So we had less clearing for the project. There are significant buffers. I'll take you through some of the moratorium, and I'd like Paul to address any of the fire concerns, which I think makes.
I'm sorry.
I just had one question just for the public's edification, because we see the slides here, and I just want to, you demonstrate on your slide here that the site is 460. There's a 460-foot distance from the battery to the school building.
Yes.
Are you able to just provide us some information on whether or not what the distance is between the site and the residential area that's featured to the right here is?
That's the 860 plus.
Okay.
Yep.
And just so we're clear from this slide, what you're also looking at is the 200-foot radius, which is the center point of the radius is the southernmost battery cabinet. So that dimension of 200 feet is the distance that we would be next to the field of the school. So that, just so I'm sure it makes sense, but I just want to clarify for you, that's what the circle means. It's 200 feet through the woods to the field. I want to clarify.
Thank you.
I think that's helpful. Again, I think, a majority of the requirements of the moratorium, I think that we meet. Again, again, the size is more than an acre. The second consideration is with respect to environmental concerns. That is, in my opinion, the issue that we're in the Pine Barrens and we're in the Aquifer Overlay District. As you'll hear from Paul, there is, in our opinion, there's not an issue that would affect the environment. It was previously looked at and did receive a neg deck. Nothing has really changed. Technology has actually advanced. It is more environmentally friendly and sensitive. Again, that speaks to point 4, which is that the property is not adjacent or proximate to wetlands. We have no endangered species. It's somewhat straightforward in that respect. Again, we are below the 35% clearing amounts. Again, the disturbance, again, we are less than the permitted 35%. We're at a lesser percentage of that, so that should inure to our benefit. Again, the impact regarding environmental and transportation impacts, we are not any type of generator of a transportation issue. It is an unmanned facility. Again, in consideration with the community character, we are within your industrial zoning district. We were in an enterprise zone. Again, it does have the Southampton's climate action plan does call for this type of green energy. I believe the comprehensive plan also echoes that comment. It is also an alternative energy source, but again, the issue of a sensitive site, I would consider, obviously, is the school, right? That is a sensitive site, which is of consideration to us. And again, as you heard, we did speak to the superintendent. I understand that, of course, the members of the school district would be concerned about that. And, I cannot speak to that subject matter myself, but we're not ignoring that issue. That's why Paul is here to discuss the issues that relate to fire safety, because that, to me, is the most critical part of this application due to its proximity to the school district, to the school property, right? There's a building in the field, so I'll turn it over to Paul to address. He has a rather dense report, which he can summarize very quickly, and then I think we can turn to more of the questions and responses as to what are the potential issues that you as the town board may be concerned about, as well as the school district and members of the school community.
Good evening, board. My name is Paul Rogers. I did speak in front of the board once before, but for those who may be new onto the board, I worked for a company called ESRG. Before that, I was with the New York City Fire Department, where I was lieutenant in our hazardous material unit, working on battery energy storage systems coming into the city of New York. ESRG is made up of a lot of different aspects of the fire service. We have the operations side. We have people who actually did plan review for the New York City Fire Department. We also have people that have done inspections, so we cover the whole gamut from cradle to grave. Our main focus is to make sure that things are compliant to the actual code itself, and people understand the code. Some people do not understand the code. And then we also want to make sure that the fire service is protected. That is our main focus on why we're actually in business, is to look at the fire safety for the fire service itself. We sit on many of the codes that are currently out there. As they mentioned, the New York State Working Group, we're on that. The National Fire Protection Association, 855, we're on that. We're also the New York City Fire Code. So we have a lot of experience in the regulatory infrastructure side, the inspection side, and also on the operations side. So taking a look at what we have in front of us here, we looked at it for compliancy to make sure that they were compliant to the code. We actually made sure that they were compliant to the new recommendations that were put out by the working group for New York State, and they are compliant to those codes. They said they would meet all of those things as the design continues to build out. And then finally, I am here to answer questions that may be relative to the actual site that deals with fire safety. So,
just that may help the dialogue here. I do believe that these are new technologies, and in terms of consider a hot flux, so you could explain heat flux. If you could explain what that means, it's something that may be of importance.
Yeah, so heat flux is the amount of energy that is produced as a result of an event that takes place, a failure. And then we get to a point where it becomes intolerable for usually the fire service, which is going to be up close and personal to these things if they were to respond. And usually we're looking at a number of 2.5 kilowatts
Recording in progress.
for the.
Somebody trying to get on the link.
It's okay.
I'm trying to forward your link because the people want to watch and it's,
Oh.
I can't shut it off for some reason. It's not working at the moment.
Okay.
So I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So there is inside the report here that we did supply a heat flux analysis to show that that threshold that is concerned that where the fire service is going to have to put on some sort of personal protective equipment because it becomes intolerable for someone who doesn't have any type of equipment on at all. They're going to have to put that on, and that stopped right at the fence line, so it was within the perimeter of the actual battery energy storage site installation. And that was all available inside the report that was given to the planning board.
Would that be in addition to the regular turnout gear that our firefighters use?
Good question. No, the structural firefighting gear is what's going to help them with the heat, to manage the heat on that.
I have a problem where you're only 460 feet from the school. When you're here on a project telling us all about the hazards of it, even thinking about putting a project that close to a school.
We have seen systems that were close to the school. If you take a look at the Warwick incident.
I'm not going to take a look because I don't think it should be out here.
Okay.
I think it's too close to the school. You got a letter from the school to say they're fine with it, but I'm not going to put people's kids at a risk. Tell them to put the special gear on if they're at the school, if it happens. The wind's blowing that way. It's a lot of liability for the people out here.
There is no special gear that the fire service needs to wear in order to operate at these events. They don't need any special gear except their personal.
You just said something a few
their
seconds
personal
ago.
protective equipment, which is their normal structural firefighting gear, which they use at every single incident that they go to. So there is nothing above and beyond that at all.
I think that it's in the wrong place. It's too close to a school. I think you really have to relook at it.
I understand and appreciate your position. I want to have Paul kind of enhance that. I know there's been, and we've watched your work sessions, and I know that there is the concept of 300 feet being a certain radius that is been stated.
When you say work sessions, you are referring to the BESS task force that was formed?
I'm sorry, I should have yes, that is the work session, the BESS workforce sessions, which we have been tracking and very interested in. I think, and just to elaborate on that point, I know your concern is the distance. I appreciate that.
I'm not against the project, but it's in the wrong place.
I understand that, and we're here just to make our case for you to consider. I know your mind may be made up, and I can't change that.
I'm still negotiable, but
okay, good.
Not too much.
I'm sensing something, but I just wanted to elaborate, and I'd like Paul to touch on this. I know there was a lot of discussion as to a 300-foot buffer, and what does that mean? So I would like, Paul, if you could elaborate on what that means, because I think before we get to that, just to clarify the point, the heat from these structures, if they catch on fire, which is again, it's possible, anything can happen. The fence line is where it is that's where the heat dissipates from, so it's not generating a tremendous amount of heat. I just want to make sure we were clear on the record, because hearing about protective gear, as we said, you would have to wear protective gear to go into a house fire. So it is the same concept. This is not creating extra heat, and the design is to be self-contained, and they would like us to also discuss that with you as to what that means when it's self-contained. But I think the important point is a distance question. So Paul, if you could elaborate on the.
Did you get support from your local fire department up in Flanders?
We haven't heard from them.
Did you reach out to them?
But again, to the issue of, again, if that is your question, and Paul, you can probably answer this better than I, they can be trained with what occurs here, but the issue here is that we are in compliance with what the task force had come up with, meaning the state, as to the protocols that need to be met. And Paul can again elaborate on this. These are not.
So. And I do need to clarify. We talked about the heat flux analysis, right? And that was a test that was done above and beyond what the state requirements calls for. That is what they call full-scale fire testing. destructive testing. So the requirement for the code only calls for failing a couple of cells till we get some propagation. As a result of that, we had great results. We didn't even actually see an actual fire. So what they do in that is they actually try to simulate a real worst case scenario, and then a reasonable worst case scenario, and then they apply that to the actual system itself. And then they want to see the data that's produced as a result of that. So this particular company, Tesla, went above and beyond, and they said, oh, we're not satisfied with that. We're going to go above and beyond. And they performed their own testing. And we just took the data from their testing. If we took the data from the state requirement testing, then pretty much the firefighters could walk up to it without even having any gear on, if we look at the real, the amount of energy that was dissipated. But they went above and beyond and put
Well,
these
I think
things
you
on.
should get, come back with local support from the local fire department. It's going to be putting it out, risking their lives.
Yeah, it's important for me too that we make sure that
that should have been one of your first things.
Yeah.
Because I see firemen right here in ambulance. Do they want to risk their lives?
Mhm.
And for us to give you permission, I'm risking their lives.
So I did work with the Suffolk County Fire Academy. We did some classes, probably 10 to 12 classes. Don't know exactly the number, but it was supposed to be 6, but it went above and beyond that. So I had done myself personally done some classes out for the fire service. They were open to different areas. I believe we did one in this particular area there, but the chief in charge of the fire service of the fire academy asked me to do that, and I said I would. So we did give some, not site specific, we gave very general hazards and failures of energy storage system and how to protect themselves against and how to operate in a defensive mode if they were to actually fail.
You touched on it a little bit, but what's the rationality of using Tesla products? I see that it's in reviewing this document. It's quite frequently referenced. A lot of the controller units, the fire suppression units they seem to all be Tesla. Is there a particular reason why you're going with Tesla?
That's the one that they told us they plan to use.
Who's they? Sorry.
The 9-dot.
Okay.
So
yeah, 9-dot believes that.
You just got to go to the mic.
Sorry, I apologize. 9-dot believes that the Tesla Megapacks are best in class when it comes to safety. Paul can explain why we think that is, but there's a very short list that the fire department in New York City keeps for pre-approved technologies. Tesla's at the top of that list. But if on the specifics of some of the safety features of Tesla, Paul can speak to that if that's helpful.
Right.
Yeah. Would that be helpful? Yeah.
Sure.
Sure, yeah. Tesla, as you can see in the hazard mitigation analysis, is a desktop review of the different layers of safety. So what they'll have is the threat and then the consequences and then the barriers that try to stop that threat from getting into the consequences. So there's numerous layers of safety that need to be compromised in order for you to get to the failure. For instance, the number one thing that we need to look at is the battery management system that is constantly monitoring the battery 24/7. If it sees something that's out of the parameter, it's supposed to, its job is to actually shut down charging and discharging. There's been tremendous data by the Department of Energy and other people who have confirmed that by shutting down the charging itself, we could prevent an ignition from taking place. I mean, it's just like your telephone. If you ever charge your phone, sometimes it get very hot. When you pull the plug on the phone, then sure enough, your battery will start to cool down. So it's similar concept. We're stopping the charging at that particular time, or in some cases, the discharging at that particular time. But as far as the battery is concerned, that's up to the people that actually are putting it in. We're battery agnostic, in our
Okay.
company.
I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more as to the distance, the 300 foot. What does that mean? Why was that established as a dimension that has been repeated as a buffer of note? I just want to make sure that we're clear as to what that is meant to be and how we fit into that or don't.
So yeah, I got to be honest with you. I don't know where the 300 foot came up. It's not in any of the codes. It's not codified anywhere. Right now, the only thing that we look at in the codes is the amount of people can egress a site. That's 10 feet is what they want to make sure these battery energy storage systems not within 10 feet of an egress spot. But again, the National Fire Protection Association, the NFPA, which is a life safety standard development organization, they have written the NFPA 855, and they are the ones who have put the Prerequisites for battery energy storage installation. We are meeting all of those, besides meeting the New York State Fire Code. So all of those things are going to be accomplished in this particular battery energy storage. We always shoot for that on our side. That's one of the things that we look at when we try to tell people that we'd like you to go above and beyond what the state actually asks for and go to the NFPA 55.
I will actually make a comment as to the 300 feet because I know my colleagues are not on the steering committee with us.
Right.
That 300 feet is because that is where you are, it's suggested that you do your air quality testing to in case of a fire. So we felt that 300 feet was the minimum distance. If you're testing air quality in case of an event, that you should have people and especially children in that 300-foot distance. So that's where our 300 feet came from.
Is that, and just for clarification, is 300 feet from the actual event or is it from the perimeter
It's
of the
300, it's just 300 feet. I don't, we're just playing on the side of caution here.
Yeah,
so
okay.
we're saying if you
Yep,
have to
yeah,
test
no.
And
So
we didn't make up
300
that
feet.
number, we were
Yeah.
told that
So-
number
so
from the fire
so
safety people.
My understanding from your steering committee meetings and from the work that Paul did on the governor's task force, when there were safety events in New York State, there was air quality testing, groundwater testing for hazardous materials. That testing happened within a 300-foot radius, because outside of a 300-foot radius, it would be ludicrous to even think about there being an impact. And when they did the testing within 300 feet, there were no impacts. There was no impact on air quality. There was no impact on groundwater. There were no hazardous materials.
And I'll say what I said at the best steering committee meeting, ground zero was safe too. We don't play with kids.
No, completely understood. I did
Yeah.
want to Paul answer that because there was the testing that you were suggesting. So he has experience in that exactly.
So some of the data that we looked at from the actual air monitoring that was done by the hazardous material, I think it was Orange and Rockland County, hazardous material unit. They had taken some air quality samples during the event. The actual burning was actually active at the time that they actually took it, and they measured those, and they did have any type of concern about the exposure limits that was right outside the perimeter of the fence, which I thought was kind of remarkable. I thought they were going to see some higher numbers, especially in the CO portion of it, but they did not. They did not have it above the 35 parts per million, which is what their threshold usually is when you're outside that.
What about the fire at East Hampton, Buell Lane? Wasn't
Yeah.
there issues about that? I thought I read something from the East Hampton Fire Department had some comments there.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot of information on the event that took place in East Hampton. I do know that there was no reports of any injuries or anyone that had been treated for any type of smoke inhalation or anything that would adversely affect the actual people themselves during that. And this is just so we're very clear, this is way different than what we have in East Hampton as far as we have a huge dedicated use building where we have a tremendous amount of batteries inside the building itself, as opposed to compartmentation of the actual batteries inside a container. And that's done, that's fire protection 101, right? If you want to limit the actual spread, you want to actually keep it into a smaller segmentation and compartmentation, and that's what we're doing in these particular ones.
Thank you.
I have a question about your work with the governor's task force. First of all, has that been completed?
So the governor's task force right now, we have made the recommendations. Those recommendations were implemented into the first draft of the next fire cycle code. We're actually, the comment period is over on that. We're reviewing those comments now. That will go out to a second draft, and from there we'll get final comments, and then finally there'll be something that will be put out to the Department of State for them to adopt.
Okay, so in your document that you gave to us, you are citing the 2020 fire codes of the state of New York, but your project actually is exceeding these fire codes.
So this project would comply with the recommended changes that the governor's working group recommended. Even though they haven't been implemented yet into the fire code, this project would comply with those. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it is. Is there much different between the 2020 fire codes and the recommended changes of the governor's task force?
There definitely is more things that we put in there, specifically because while we were out canvassing with different fire service departments or fire departments throughout the state of New York, we interviewed them. We gave them some ideas because this is very technical. We weren't trying to lead them. We just said, would this sound good? And then we explained how it would work. And then we got a lot of buy-in on that. They thought it was great. And matter of fact, no one really was against any of the recommendations. They felt it was good to close some of the gaps that they felt were important to need to be closed. For instance, how they actually receive alarm and how it has to be into a central monitoring station. Currently, the code does not address that for cabinet-style energy storage systems. But with this will have that. So there will be a fire alarm attached to it.
And does preventative maintenance play a role? In other words,
Yeah.
these energy packs?
Yeah. So preventive maintenance is already in the code, but we made it mandatory that they actually do all of this preventive maintenance. That we would have some eyes on it. We'd also have a subject matter expert that would be available within a 4-hour time frame to assist the fire service. And that was something that is the first in the nation to ever do that, besides New York City having their own. But the code does not recommend any time. They don't tell you when the time comes in. New York State was the first one who actually put a time limit on there to get out there to assist with the fire service. And that's common in what we see in utility companies. If there was a substation fire where the fire department would show up, utilities would show up, and then what they'll do is they'll basically tell the fire department, you know what, if this is going any further, we'll call you back, but we'll take it from here. So it's kind of in the same model as that, except that we want to make sure that these subject matter experts fully understand incident command system. And if you read the code or the recommendations, we actually have them taking some ICS courses, which is incident command structure, so they actually understand if they had to integrate within the incident command structure, they know the terminology that exists, and they also know the batteries and how they can actually guide the fire department.
Thank you.
But you said you canvassed other fire departments, but you did not do the local fire department, which will be putting this out. And when you have your 4-hour call, when you do have a fire,
Yeah.
do they come and take over from those from the chief?
Yeah. So
They're going to take over from a chief who knows the area, knows what their men can do. I don't think I'm big on home rule.
Mhm.
I don't care how much knowledge you guys have in 4 hours, but you cannot come into the town and take over from the chief's job. There's a couple of chiefs sitting right here. I don't think they would like someone to come in and take over from a fire with their men at their risk of life. And you didn't have the courtesy to go up to Flanders and see these firemen to begin with before you even came in here. That's what you should be doing. You went to the school, but you did not go to the fire department.
So
It's pretty bad.
Let me clarify that, right, so we get this right. By no means are they taking over the operation. That is home rule. That's the fire department. They're the incident commander. They'll only integrate into the incident commander for any subject matter expertise that they may need at that particular point. If it does go dormant in the fire service, which is primarily volunteer throughout most of New York State, we did recognize that as a challenge. And this is the whole reason that we put the 4-hour in there, that the fire service would not be left holding the bag, that we can actually have a handoff to the subject matter expert. And if this thing were to come back to life, which we have seen reignition, the fire service could be called back to the scene. But that scene would not be given up until the incident commander felt it safe, or they felt confident that the people that are there would be able to handle the situation. They are not there to put the fire out. That's not at all what the code is saying. They're not mitigation. They're hazard support teams as opposed to a hazard mitigation team. They may be there to do some, one of the things that we would do is we come there with metering, monitoring capabilities to make sure that the air quality is good. That's something that we personally do. The code doesn't really call for that.
Just to clarify that point, and I know the meeting's late, it's been a hot meeting. No pun intended. The idea here would be, if, again, what you're saying is that the fire department is not called upon to put this out. They are self-contained, right? So it's clear. What is the fire department's response requirement, or are they expected to do anything but the monitor?
Yeah, so, and in fairness, right, we're actually going outside of what we see in our testing. We're going to the catastrophic. We're going to this thing as a full burn. above and beyond what they are tested for. In the event that they were to actually have a failure, we have seen through data, and this is all in the report, that the failure does not spread. It doesn't spread, and that's in your report there. Even when they actually put it completely into failure mode and started a visible fire, which is above and beyond with the code, they couldn't get the full system to go on fire. All they did was able to get half, and then there's a break in between. There's a human-machine HMI interface in between the actual containers itself. It did not jump from that location to the next battery racks that are in there. And that's all inside of your report for you to look at. And this is specific to Tesla. I don't want to speak for any other systems that are out there, but this particular one, they could not get it to actually go through the actual full system as a result of destructive testing and putting it completely on fire.
So that concludes our presentation. I'm sure there may be members of the public that would like to be heard, and we'd just like a very short response, and then we'll, okay.
Thank you.
And thank you for the very detailed reports.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, don't have any cards for this public hearing. Kevin, is there anyone on Zoom that would like to be heard? Okay, bring them on. I know.
There was two hands.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
just.
okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Hi, thanks. So my name's Jordan Christensen. I'm with Citizens Campaign for the Environment. We're a 120,000 member nonprofit that works to protect the environment and public health in New York. And we are here to support the exemption for the 9-Dot project to move forward with the 5 megawatts of battery storage. So as you all are very well aware, Southampton is on the front lines of climate change and has already been a leader in helping transition to renewable energy. The South Fork Wind Project is already creating more energy than anticipated. You have been great about moving forward with solar, but the piece that's missing is battery storage. And we understand that the larger project has been very contentious and controversial. But this smaller project, we think is really ideal siting. It's farther set back. It's not near a residential area. It complies with all of the codes that would move forward. But maybe most importantly, it's in an area of the grid where we really do need more energy, right? So the choice that we're going to have to make is whether to move forward with, small community battery projects like this, or to continue using fossil fuels and these peaker plants that are degrading our air quality and impacting the public health of the local residents. Suffolk County regularly gets an F for air quality. We have been dealing with these legacy fossil peaker plants for decades, and it is time to start something new and move forward with the new technology. And we're just not going to be able to transition to wind and solar without the batteries to store this energy for when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining. So we would ask you to move forward with this smaller project, in quick time, because ultimately we are going to need batteries, and this is really, and it's in an industrial zone. It's just a project that's small, a good test case, and it makes perfect sense. So we would ask you to move forward with the exemption, and thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Oh, there's no.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
I think that's it.
I'll just, we've given you a lot of information and it's dense, and I know you've had a long evening as well. So if I will take your comments to heart about contacting the fire department. But that is something that we will definitely do. We also have not seen the letter.
In the ambulance too.
Yes, of course. We've also not seen the letter from the school district. We'd like to respond and meet with them again, because again, we're trying to be a good neighbor, do the right thing. We know we have some issues here, but again, we're very concerned with the extension of time with the moratorium and how that impacts our project. So if I can indulge you for an adjournment, you can give me a date certain. I mean, I'd like to have.
Yeah, the 12th or the 26th. Would you rather have 30 days?
Do you want it, Jeremy, or do you
30 days, I think, would be appropriate.
I
Yeah.
thought we could
Thank
close
you.
it with 30.
26th?
November
Close it with
26th.
30 days.
30 comment period?
Someone, I'm sorry, somebody, okay, sure, Kevin. Just close it with a 30-day comment period?
Yeah,
or what?
we could do that.
Because otherwise it's gonna be.
Is that all right?
While we're waiting, you can.
Oh, okay. Just while we're on the record. My concern with closing the record would be, we would like to keep the record open so that we could produce information from the fire department, which I think would be very beneficial
We're
to
leaving it
us and
open
to
for
you.
written for 30 days.
Well,
Yeah.
that's fine. We can do that. So we can have
And
written
the ambulance
response.
too.
It just means
Yeah,
you don't have
yes.
to have another public hearing.
Yes.
For you. Hi, yes, we can see you. Go ahead.
You're muted.
Oh, now we don't hear you though.
We can't hear.
Try again. You were muted.
You're muted.
Still muted.
Oh, frozen.
It's like Zoom roulette.
This technology. Kevin?
Kevin, she's frozen. Okay. Feel like I'm at home alone. Kevin?
Well, we can always take a written submission from her. So.
All right.
Look, and we appreciate making your time available for us on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We are adjourned now until.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All righty. My name is Virginia Healy, and I'm the Vice President of the Riverhead Central School Board. First of all, I think that was misrepresented the meeting with our superintendent and the business admin, as well as the facility. They listened to their pitch, but they did not promise anything. And actually, they said they were going to refer this to the Board of Ed. And with that, we sent a statement. And now I would like to read, put that on the record. So I'm going to read our statement on the record. And in addition, when I went to research the school, it was a charter school in the Bronx who actually approached 9DOT because of the unsightliness and the noise. And that is why they ended up doing a mural and a STEM project. My statement for the Riverhead Central School District. At the outset, the Riverhead Central School District is not opposed to clean energy endeavors and generally supports clean energy. However, careful consideration needs to be given to the location of any clean energy or any other energy facilities, particularly as it impacts some of our most vulnerable residents, our children. Respectfully, if the town of Southampton were to grant the requested exemption being considered in this hearing to build a battery energy storage system at 14 Enterprise Drive, it would effectively be condemning the students who attend Phillips Avenue Elementary School to an endless parade of constant interruptions to their learning environment through construction noise and odor pollution, and overall increasing the risks of environment impacts on the student body. The district strongly asked the town to not consider this exemption request in a vacuum. Instead, it asked the town to think about how granting this exemption would further compound the environmental problems the children and staff of Phillips Avenue Elementary School would be incurring. Specifically, it is uncontroverted that the proposed location of this battery energy storage system facility would be built within close proximity to the proposed sewage treatment plant that is planned to be built just several hundred yards away. By granting this exemption, the town would be compounding the risks of noise and odor pollution to the children and staff who attends Phillips Avenue Elementary, as well as adding the potential for environmental disasters such as fires, which have impacted other school districts throughout the country when these types of battery energy facilities are built adjacent to school districts. In considering this exemption, the district urges the town to think about the children, to consider how their learning environment would be affected both directly and passively should children have to go to school each day seeing the greenery that surrounds their beloved school building replaced with construction, buildings, and constant noise and odor concerns. Should parents have to be concerned about the potential environment impacts on their children for simply sending them to school every day? Should the school district itself be considered on how to mitigate these environmental impacts on a day-to-day basis? The Riverhead Central School District adamantly believes that the answer to these questions should be no. Our children should always come first, but if this exemption were granted, the town would be making a clear statement that it does not care about these children or their learning environment. Phillips Avenue Elementary is already facing enough issues with the building of the sewage treatment plant next to its property. We urge the town to not compound these issues by now building another energy facility that brings its own set of unique concerns to our residents directly adjacent to Phillips Avenue Elementary. We conclude by asking for the town to please put the children first and deny this requested exemption. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. Right, well, if no one else has any other comments, I'll move to close the public hearing. And
Second.
Wait with a
Sorry.
30-day written comment period.
Second.
So you're closing.
Closing with a
Okay.
30-day written comment period, so we could take all the information that you subsequently provide. You seconded it?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
again for that comprehensive presentation. All right, Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice for the 5th public hearing?
Public hearing number 5 for the proposed allocation of the Community Development Block Grant Funds for the year 2025.
Good evening, Madam Supervisor and members of the Town Board. I have a happy topic to present to you tonight. I am Kara Back, the Director of Housing and Community Development and Community Services for the Town of Southampton. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight regarding the Community Development Block Grant Fund, also known as CDBG, and the applications that for funding that have been submitted to the town. The CDBG program is a federal initiative administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Its primary goal is to support local governments in addressing a range of community development needs in low to moderate income communities by enhancing public services and improving town infrastructure. Suffolk County is designated by HUD as the participating jurisdiction for the administration of CDBG funds. The town of Southampton receives CDBG funds as part of the county's consortium, which is made up of participating local towns and villages. Each year, the town makes a request to the county for an amount of CDBG funds that is based upon the prior year's funding and the proposals submitted by eligible applicants. HUD allows the town to allocate up to 15% of each year's projected funding for public services provided through not-for-profit agencies. The agencies that are selected must be providing at least 51% of their client services to low, moderate income individuals. The purpose of this public hearing is to receive community comments and recommendations to the town's proposed spending of the CDBG funds for 2025. The town is requesting $220,000 from the county. However, the final award amount is subject to change after Congress approves the final federal budget. A public notice for this hearing was published in accordance with HUD guidelines. So for your consideration, the Parks Department has submitted 3 project proposals. 1, North Sea Community Park. The Parks Department would like to install new sidewalks to connect the different parts of the park and SYS. This will create better access for disabled persons. The Parks Department would also like to plant new trees and shrubs to enhance the beauty of the park. The second one is Iron Point Park. The Parks Department would like to install new base and asphalt to expand the existing small parking area in order to accommodate more individuals. The third is Ludlam Park. The Parks Department would like to repair the perimeter and interior fencing around the soccer fields and basketball courts. It would also like to resurface and recolorize the basketball courts and plant shade trees in various spots throughout the park. Also for your consideration, code enforcement has submitted an application to fund additional staff in the Riverside and Flanders area. And then finally, for your consideration, my office received 7 applications for funding from the following public service groups: the Butterfly Effect Project, Catholic Home Care, Heart of the Hamptons, Maureen's Haven, Ola of Eastern Long Island, Sepa Mujer, and The Retreat. Last year, the town approved the use of CDBG grant money for projects such as outdoor improvements to the Flanders Community Center and the addition of an ADA-compliant sidewalks at Red Creek Park. I look forward to meeting and working with all of you after this public hearing to make decisions about how best to allocate these important federal resources. I will then prepare a resolution for the board at the November 12th meeting, which will authorize an application to be submitted to the county for funding approval. I respectfully request that after all speakers are heard, that the hearing be closed, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Kara, just to clarify, so the work that the town is doing with some of the funds, that doesn't have to be related to ADA compliance?
Not necessarily, it can be, but the work has to be in low, moderate income areas.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Kara, I have a question about some of the staffing. You mentioned one of the items is staffing that requested from the parks, right? And they would be specific to the Riverside Flanders area?
So the staffing request is coming from code enforcement?
Code enforcement.
And that would be additional staffing in that area, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
So who do we have here with us tonight to speak?
Anybody want to speak?
CDBG?
I mean, from the applicants. Oh.
Right there.
Our Director of Parks and Rec.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Kristen Doulis, the Town Parks Director. Over the past several years, we've partnered with the Housing Authority to apply for and receive CDBG funding. It's been really helpful for us in either supplementing projects that we were pursuing or doing them as standalones. So we've done several projects, including shade structures and equipment for playgrounds, ADA sidewalks, repairing sports courts, providing fencing in parks, upgrading restroom amenities. So it's been a really helpful source to us to really improve our park facilities. This year in particular, at Ludlam Avenue Park, as Kara mentioned, we would like to do repairs to the basketball court, which is kind of degraded and needs to be resurfaced and recolored. Also, a lot of the fencing has bowed and is a bit dangerous. And then in Iron Point Park, that would actually be a complementary project to one that's being proposed through the proposed capital budget this year to do additional improvements to that park. That would include expanding the existing Little League field into a larger dimension that would accommodate adult softball and baseball play, as well as room for soccer. So the ask from CDBG would be to complement that by being able to expand the existing parking facilities, which are rather small at the moment. And finally, North Sea Park. The town board has invested in a lot of improvements at the park the past few years, including 5 new pickleball courts, a new playground, upgrading the skate park. We're now putting in bocce courts, putting in sidewalks. So this would kind of be the last piece of the puzzle. The rest of the amenities are now connected by sidewalk, except for the piece that extends from the playground area over the little footbridge to the SYS parking lot and to their front door. So this would allow us to achieve that final stretch of being safe in ADA. Currently, it's kind of rutted and it's a dirt path. And so that is what we are requesting through CDBG for 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Kara, do you know if any of the applicants have somebody here that wants to speak?
did know it was going to be a late night, so we did tell the applicants that they could just submit their applications and that they would not have to appear
Okay.
tonight. So we did receive 7 applications, and I would be happy to review those applications with you after this public hearing.
Okay, great.
Thank you, that'd be good.
Thank you.
Well, I don't have any cards for this public hearing. Kevin, is anybody on Zoom? All right. Well, does anybody have any other questions for Kara? All right, then I
Thank
move
you.
to
Thank
close the public hearing.
Bless you.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Kara. All right, Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice for the 6th public hearing?
Public hearing number 6, to consider granting license agreements to John Dunn and West Robbins Oyster Company, Inc. for the use of a portion of the Conscience Point Marina in furtherance of aquaculture activities.
Good evening, members of the town board. As you know, the town is the owner of certain premises located at 1976 North Sea Road in the hamlet of North Sea, further identified on the Suffolk County tax map as 900-60-2-8, which is commonly referred to and known as the Conscious Point Marina, and this is an aerial of it. The town purchased the premises in or about 2003 with Community Preservation Fund monies, and currently the site is home to the Tupper Boathouse as well as a marina with dock space used seasonally by town residents. Will Peckham, president of the West Robbins Oyster Company, and John Barley Dunn are both Southampton town residents and participants in the Suffolk County Shellfish Aquaculture Lease Program in Peconic and Gardner's Bay. They are currently asking and seeking to utilize a disturbed area at the south end of the marina to perform aquaculture activities. That is the breeding, raising, harvesting of oysters for resale within the local community. And I just want to point out to the board, this is the area in which they are seeking to utilize the space. This is the docks, the marinas that exist. This area was previously used for similar purposes back in 2008 for several years pursuant to a license agreement with Wallace Chuck Stidell, though my understanding is that Mr. Stidell had a much larger vessel in there than what is proposed by Mr. Dunn and Mr. Peckham. Because this parcel was purchased with CPF funds, it may not be alienated in any way. That said, it can be the subject of a revocable license agreement between the town and the fishermen. New York State Town Law, Section 64, Sub 7, requires that the town holds a public hearing prior to the granting of any licenses or permissions, so that is the purpose of this hearing. A draft of the license agreement was circulated for your review and comments on September 18th. In its current form, the license agreement proposes a term of 3 years with an option to renew, though we can change that term if the board believes a lesser term is initially appropriate. But having said that, I do think it's worth reiterating that it is a revocable license agreement, so the town can revoke it at any time should it see the need to do so, and Mr. Peckham and Mr. Dunn are aware of that provision. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have. Also here tonight is Jackie Fenlon, your CPF director, Kristen Doulos, your director of parks, and Mr. Dunn and Mr. Peckham, should you have any questions for them.
Kathleen, thank you very much for that. There's other properties in the town, like the town dock down in Shinnecock, which other commercial fishermen, baymen use and rent with license agreement. Myself, I walk the area. I have known the area for a long time. I have a lot of history in there. I did oyster back a long time ago when I was younger, and how they're going to use the property will not really hurt the environment. Actually, it'll make the environment better, because when they wash the boats over, oyster spout will go in the water, and eventually where they tie the boat up will be full of oysters. They're not going to have a hatchery there. Mainly they're just going to tie the boat up, get off the boat with their product and gear, and go home. They might end up storing a few cages there. They'll speak to that, but it's not what people are afraid of, where it's going to be a hatchery, a lot of noise. They won't even know it's there. It's basically to help two commercial fishermen. This is what the town was brought up on: fishermen and farmers. And this is what what we have to help. And if we don't help these people, they're going to be gone in the future. And it on the verge of not seeing too many baymen anymore or commercial fishermen because of dockage, because it's expensive to have docks or have space. I mean, there's people who have boats in their backyard or who are commercial. That's privilege. But some people cannot own front water property and keep their boats in their backyard. They might want to speak about that.
I just wanted, to Bill's point, there is no dock or aquaculture taking place on this site.
No.
Correct. Really, the proposal is to utilize this space here. I don't know what to call it other than a cove.
It's a man-made channel, lagoon, right.
There is already disturbed land here from, I imagine, when Mr. Stidel was using it, and they can speak more to it as well as Jackie and or Kristen, but my understanding is that they're not even looking for a permanent mooring, but almost like a temporary mooring, for which they can tie the boat up, unload, and then leave.
It's a safe haven for them.
Oh, the boat's not there all the time. It's just they tie up, unload, and leave.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
And again, they can speak to the size of the boats. I don't want to misspeak, but they are certainly not the size that Mr. Stidel had when he was there. I believe his was between 65 and 70 feet, and these are much smaller, 25, 30 feet, so it's different.
This goes along with the other programs that we have done. We certainly want to help our baymen, our fishermen and women in the community. In Hampton Bays, we bought the commercial fishing dock, I think for $1 from Suffolk County, and completely rebuilt it. So this is something that the town certainly wants to do to promote our legacy industries in this area. So.
And another point is they do hold the aquaculture leases just outside of.
Yes, they certainly do. Yes.
It's closed water, so they can't really have any oysters there for resale, or it's that far up in the creek, it's closed. Basically, it's just to keep the boats there and unload.
But they will filter.
We'll filter.
So, are we going to?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I do have many cards here. I see our legislator, Ann Welker, is here, and why don't you submitted a card? Why don't you come on up, Ann?
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, Madam Supervisor and members of the Town Board. My name is Ann Welker. I'm a sitting Suffolk County legislator, but I previously served as a Southampton Town trustee. I'm here tonight to strongly urge the Town Board to approve the license agreement for the use of a portion of the Conscience Point Marina in furtherance of aquaculture activities. Southampton Town and the East End were originally founded as farming and fishing communities. Our rural maritime heritage is an important historical component of the character of our area. Suffolk County Aquaculture Lease Program has over 50 lease sites for oyster farmers, many in Peconic Bay. The benefits to the environment as well as to the local economy are numerous. Aquaculture, and specifically the filtering capacity of oysters and its benefits to water quality, are well known. The critically important and potentially growth-limiting aspect of the aquaculture lease program, however, is access to working waterfront. With our increasingly high real estate prices, this has become an enormous challenge. A study performed by the Island Institute located in Rockland, Maine, which also suffers from challenges to their waterfront access, revealed that of Maine's 5,000 miles of coastline, approximately 32 miles remain that are accessed or that are used by working waterfront. This is extremely concerning, not only for the Maine coast, but also for Long Island's coastline. The proposed site has, as stated previously, has a historical use as working waterfront, having been utilized by the Page Lane, a commercial fishing business that retrieved clams from Jamaica Bay, I think, and relocated them to the clean waters of Peconic Bay to filter and then be sold. The Page Lane worked this site for many years during the late 1980s through to the early 2000s, again, I think. The proposed use would be one of low intensity. There would be 2 small boats as well as some gear storage. This site is previously disturbed. The Suffolk County Aquaculture Lease Program is grateful to the town of Southampton for considering the oyster farmers for this location. Without the cooperation and collaboration of the towns, the county will not achieve its goals of growing this worthwhile program. Thank you for your consideration of this proposal, and I strongly urge you to support it. I appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you for coming.
Actually,
Legislator Welker.
Legislator Welker, I just want to say, I want to commend your service on the trustee board when you served, especially with our now Councilman Bill Pell. You've done great work, and we really appreciate your partnership as a county legislator. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Ann.
And I just want to mention before the next speaker comes up that we did, as the former liaison to the North Sea CAC, I did, when this was brought to us, bring up a lot of the concerns that the community had with the marina that is there, to make sure that the same issues would not be happening here. The boats will not be blocking the channel. There won't be an abundance of cars and traffic. So I know that there's a lot of issues that the community has had with the marina in the past, and I just wanted to make sure that those aren't basically brought to this site. So I did ask all of those questions, and to my knowledge, that they've pretty much met all of the issues that were raised by the community. So
They're very low key. It's a very low key type of business. They get up, they go out, they come home, sell their product, and go to sleep. and do it again the next day.
All right, well, if anybody has, unless perhaps the same comments have already been made, but I will read out the names on the card in case you do still want to come up to speak. The first speaker is Eva DeVito, and behind Eva is Thomas DeVito.
Good evening. First, I would like to speak on behalf of Paul and Joan Robinson. They are out of town, and they asked if I would speak on their behalf. They both sent a letter to the town trustees along with the town supervisor and town council. While they support oyster farming, my great-grandfather was a West Sable oysterman. We do not feel this is an appropriate location for oyster farming. A major concern for us is that the proposed location that is flagged as a wetland in the town of Southampton should not be disturbed. We recall when we purchased our cottage across the creek nearly 40 years ago, we had to abide to very strict DEC regulations and requirements to secure permission for our bulkhead and floating dock. Now, with more specific knowledge about threats to our environment, stewardship should be stricter, not looser. We appreciate this support. We would like to go on record in opposition to allowing this environmental sensitive site to be used. We believe the site should remain undisturbed in its current natural state. We appreciate the support of the town trustees in recommending that the board deny their proposed resolution. That letter was sent to both places. Now I'd like to speak on my behalf. So, ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'm sorry.
Interrupt you 1 second. You said that the trustees sent a letter.
Joan.
They sent a letter.
Paul and Joan sent an email to both the town trustees, the town supervisor, and the town council.
Thank you. It sounded like they sent a trustee.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay, I just want to straighten that out.
Okay. I would like to take this opportunity to clearly state my opposition to the use of this sensitive flagged wetland for any activities both now and in the future. Been a resident of Southampton for 40 years. The area is not only a vital ecosystem, but also a sanctuary for diverse wildlife and natural vegetation that has flourished here. And I heard reference about the clam barge that was in the area. And yes, it was disturbed, but if you go down there now, it's no longer disturbed. It has rejuvenated to its natural wetland state. There is natural grass, veg, you name it, it's there. You can't even get to the shoreline without impeding on the wetland. It's imperative that we preserve this wetland in its natural state. And please note one thing, I am all about oyster harvesting. My husband worked the bay for many, many years, and he will speak to that. Not against oyster harboring, but they're doing fine where they are. Why are they moving down to a flagged wetland that should be preserved? And I'll go on further to explain why. So it's imperative that we preserve this wetland in the natural state, allowing it to remain undisturbed. The ecological benefits it provides are invaluable, and we must prioritize the protection of such irreplaceable environment. Let us commit to safeguarding this area for future generations and to ensure it continues to thrive as a crucial habitat.
30 seconds.
I'm asking the board to please support us by not allowing the use of this wetland area for commercial use. It was bought with CPF funds, and I believe that their mission was to protect and preserve wetlands. But I will read to you a few items that I researched and found.
I'm sorry, I think you can submit your comments, but you're gone over the 3 minutes.
I've gone over the 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, that included what was previously said from Mr. and Mrs. Robinson, which shouldn't be included in my time.
Well,
would that not be true? And
yeah,
I mean,
you don't.
how do I not speak
You could've
about
just
the importance of this?
Well,
you can hand your stuff in.
Your neighbors could have sent it to us.
Yes.
Read it.
They did.
They did.
I had it.
I did. I already sent a lot of stuff out
Each
already.
person gets 3 minutes. We have to be fair with everybody's time when they come up here, and we have a very busy evening tonight with a lot of people who want to speak. So we have to try to keep to
All
the
right,
3 minutes.
I'll leave it to my husband, and I will send you. I would like to ask if we could keep this open for comment and not close this issue.
We appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Thomas DeVito, and behind him is Will Peckham.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for having me. Yes, I purchased this house for my grandmother in '87. We originally bought this property right across the way in here in 1964. So I'll give you a little, some information as to how the Page Lane came about. Before Southampton Town developed this into a bulkhead, the Page Lane.
Excuse me one second. Could you please close the door so we can hear in the back? Thank you.
The Page Lane used to lay side 2 in here. And then when they decided to develop that area, they had no place to go. So they put them down in here. But this road was never in here. The original boatyard, this was the only access. This was not even in here. So the Page Lane really cut this in here. And I'm telling you, I have pictures right here. I brought this to the DEC. Actually, it was the regional director, and at the time, they were taking the clams out of Staten Island for deparation. He pretty much told me I had to get an attorney to fight this because he said I didn't have a leg to stand on. Then I took it to the group for the South Fork. I think I spoke to Kevin McDonald, and I'm talking about 1989 when I did all of this. And Kevin McDonald gave me the same stuff that you're telling us now, that we're trying to keep the bayment. But now we're fast forward into 2024. And to protect the wetlands in here is so important to us and in this whole area in here. They'll destroy this area. The cranes that go in here will be gone. The turtles in here will be gone. Not to mention, how are they going to anchor their boats? So they have to drill in to secure their boats during a hurricane. This whole area was flooded during Sandy. So it's not just mooring your boat in there. Now, they're doing their business right now. I'm not hindering their business whatsoever. They're operating down here, and it seems to be a discretion between the Historical Society or whoever's down there. They're operating there. Now, if the town can make a resolution to keep them down there, that would be the best resolution. You're not hindering their job. I'm not hindering how they make a living. But this area in here is highly sensitive. Now, the town should lead by example. When I developed and retired here, I was a bayman at one time too. The town, the conservation board, I had to go before all the paperwork. Capture your runoff. 25 feet of my vegetation. I have to give up my yard for vegetation. Nitrogen systems. I do all of that for what? The sake of the wetlands. But yet you're going to tell me that section is now going to be destroyed. And if you want to see pictures of what it looked like in 1989, here it is.
30 seconds.
That barge destroyed. Now these boats, if you put two of them together, is going to be equal in size to the barge. And there's no way for them to anchor up in there. There's no access. They have to go through the low tide shrubbery and not the shrubbery, but the grass that's in that on low tide. They will destroy that area. It'll be gone for good. It took 8 years for that to grow back, and it'll be gone in a week.
3 minutes.
And as a bayman, like myself, from the age of 14 to 28, I would never think about parking our boat in a wetlands area. We always kept our boats in commercial areas, either town docks. Back west, we kept them in town docks, bulkheading. This is 2024. We don't just drive our boats into marshlands.
3 minutes.
Do you want to submit those photographs?
Sure.
Yep.
Here they are.
You hand them to the clerk,
We have
please.
to, we have to.
Who would I
Okay.
give these to?
The clerk, right at the end there.
This will give you an idea of what transpired there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Able to keep these for the record? Or can you-
Thank you so much. All right, next speaker is
I just
Will
wanna-
Peckham,
I just want to say one thing.
and after Will, Rebecca Rogers.
No, go ahead, you can sit.
Oh, okay. I thought you had a question for me.
No. The dock he was referring to where there now is owned by Southampton History Museum of South. That town has nothing to do with it. That's another whole thing. Hey, Will.
Hello. Good evening to the town board. Good evening, Madam Supervisor. My name is Will Peckham, and I'm the founder and farmer of West Robbins Oyster Company. I moved to Southampton in 2016, and I've been growing my shellfish aquaculture business ever since. At this point, we serve and sell our oysters to almost all of Southampton's finest local dining establishments. We employ 5 Southampton residents this summer, and we've gotten to the point where our business is starting to see some success, and we're selling our product all over the country as far as Washington, D.C., and we're starting to build a reputation for ourselves as an aquaculture company based in Southampton, New York. And these folks are starting to look at us as a leader in the space. And, I have to say, I was motivated to get into this business because of the environmental good, not the environmental bad. I have no interest in causing one iota of negative impact to the environment. In fact, the oysters on my farm are continually sequestering carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus, the very things we're spending tons of money to try and suck out of our estuary system. And unfortunately, earlier this year, we were displaced from the area from which we've operated for the last 8 years, just as the business is kind of hitting its stride. There are, to my knowledge, over 100 boat slips in North Sea Harbor, and not one of them is available to myself or Barley, who's something of a mentor to me. This is crazy to me. It's hard enough to be an oyster farmer. It's hard enough to try and deal with Mother Nature. It's hard enough to try and do this in the most expensive zip code in the country. People say to me, why don't you take your boat home? I rent an apartment. I can't take any of my things home. I haven't been able to take my things home for 8 years. I'm doing this because I believe in it, and I'm doing it because it's good for everybody. It's a win-win all around. I have kids in Greg Metzger's science lab coming to me. I have students from Stony Brook coming to me and saying, hey, can I work for you? And I have to tell them, sorry, I don't know if I can get you on the boat. I don't know if I have a place for you to literally step onto my boat. What we're proposing here is simply a place to tie up our vessels. Say put it on a mooring. There's no dinghy dock. There's no dinghy dock in this harbor. Say take it home. Again, can't do it. All we want to do is tie up 2 small boats right here. By the way, 4 of my boats would fit on the deck of the Page Lane. This is not apples to apples. This is fear-mongering. I have no business trying to use a prop wash to blow out and make this deeper for myself. My boats come and go. They don't cause any wake. And gosh, I've never heard so much excitement about invasive vegetation.
30 seconds.
This is Phragmites all in here. Our boats will have no detrimental effects to this area whatsoever. It's going to be 2 cars in the morning. We get on the boat around 6:30, 7 a.m. We go out to our site. We harvest thousands of oysters way over West Robbins Island and Peconic Bay. When we come back, we load them out. We take them to Bell and Anchor. We take them to Captain Jack's. We take them to Shippey's. 5 people come down and pick them up on the boat. And then we go home. And we can barely live here. Come on. I really appreciate that the town board is even listening to us on this matter, because like Bill said, you don't do something like this, you don't support an industry like this, it won't exist. It barely exists now. So please take that to heart, and thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Rebecca Rogers, and after Rebecca, Grady Copel. Sorry.
Hi, thanks. My name is Rebecca Rogers. I've worked in the marine sciences and in a lab dealing with water quality issues on the East End for over 5 years now. And I know you have a lot of water quality issues in addition to many of the other issues on the East End. I can say I don't know all of the complaints, environmental issues exactly dealing with this regarding this issue, but keeping oyster farmers from accessing waterfront and their way of living is not right. Oysters are a critical part of our infrastructure and help remediate the numerous water quality issues on the East End. And they're a huge part of our culture and our economy. I guarantee that many other residents all throughout the town and other bays and waterways are building and doing things that have been detrimental to our waterfront or the environment. We need to support the workers, the economy, and the environment, not small aesthetic issues or inconvenience, and make sure we support our bay men and women.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time.
Is Grady Copel here? And after Grady is Sheila Comparetta.
Good evening, Council. My name is Grady Copel, and I support granting this aquaculture license to John Barley Dunn and Will Peckham. So, shellfish aquaculture brings many environmental and economic benefits to the region, notably improved water quality, healthier ecosystems, good jobs, and good food. However, I would like to focus on the importance of having individuals such as these in the community. I have known these veteran farmers for about 3.5 years now since I got started in the industry. They're both incredibly generous and have freely offered advice and assistance, even at their own inconvenience. They're proud that their operations improve the surrounding environment and community. Any community should attempt to retain and recruit individuals such as these, especially if we consider the context of where and when we are. This is a small town way out on the east end of Long Island. We're prone to damaging weather events. And to fearmonger a little bit, our nation's currently in the midst of a historically contentious election cycle. We are engaging in proxy wars with nuclear powers. The University of Chicago doomsday clock is pinned at 1.5 minutes to midnight. There's ample opportunity for disaster. These men are accustomed to braving wind and water, providing food, and MacGyvering in order to do more with less. In the event of disaster, these oyster farmers are uniquely qualified to assist the community. Southampton would do well to try and keep them here. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to submit photographs to each of you.
Yeah, just to Madam Clerk.
It's important, I think, for you to see the photographs as I speak because
Do you have enough for the full board?
Yes.
And after Sheila, it's John Dunn.
No.
In 2003,
Could you please state your name for the record?
okay. In 2003,
Oh, please state your name for the record.
oh, I'm sorry, Sheila Comparetto.
Thank you.
In 2003, the town of Southampton conducted a public hearing and adopted a resolution to purchase the property, the 3.9 acres, due to its high esteem estuarine complex, including coastal marshes and natural resources. From there, I'll go forward to when the clam boat left. When it left, I asked Bridget Fleming, what is the town going to do with the CPF protected land? She said, the town has decided it will return to nature. Well, the town should be more than pleased because it's almost 100% back to nature. These wetlands provide important roles in protecting Alewife Creek by providing habitat and food source for the marine life, the terrapins and the birds, also a clear passage and clean waters for the yearly alewife fish migration. It protects storm surges, which we certainly have had several over the last few years, and those storm surges would affect the access to the two main roads that go down through North Sea Road all the way to the end of the road. Last Saturday, the North Sea Maritime Center hosted a lecture by Dr. Joyce Novak, Stony Brook University professor and executive director of the Peconic Estuary Partnership. Dr. Novak's PowerPoint stressed slide after slide the importance of protecting and stabilizing shorelines and natural habitats that include eelgrass and fragile ecosystems. She stated, oyster farming, and quote, oyster farming should be site suitable. This site is not suitable for commercial use. Trucks and farming and oyster farming materials and threaten the newly vegetated grasslands. They threaten the structure of the creek bank, increasingly important due to climate change. The 20 and 24-foot boats would destroy significant wetlands, displacing wildlife habitation, and reverse the wetland benefits to bolster blue carbon. In 2002, New York State conducted an official study on Alewife Creek, concluding any substantial disturbance to the vegetative state within or adjacent to these aquatic habitats and in the adjacent wetlands would adversely affect water quality in Alewife Creek. We have no business to threaten our town's vision or New York State's urgent warning. Blue carbon is carbon dioxide that is stored in marine and coastal ecosystems such as marshes and seagrasses. They are key in combating climate change since they can store carbon for long periods of time. They can sequester 2 to 4 times more carbon and store 30 to 50 times faster than land-based masses.
3 minutes.
The town of Southampton must not allow this natural success story to return to the disturbed state it was when it was used by commercial use. We must not allow West Robbins Oyster residency in an area that would threaten our ecosystems and our creek bank structure. I would just love to add, I wish I owned 500 feet of open bay land because I understand we all want clean water. I would love them to park their boats in front of my 500 feet of wetlands, but I don't have that. And I don't think it's fair that wetlands will be so disturbed. And you can see from the pictures that I showed you what happened before and what happened now and how they are beautifully restored. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, John Dunn, and after John is Joanne Sally.
Good evening, Barley Dunn. Thanks for having me, and thank you very much for your support thus far. Thank you also to all the folks that showed up to support us, spending an evening here in lovely Southampton Town Hall. I'm a shellfish guy. I've been working with shellfish for nearly 30 years now. It's my full-time job as the director of the East Hampton Shellfish Hatchery, and I love it so much that I decided to start a farm 5 years ago. So, to use a phrase that we've all seen, no farms, no food, right? We've all seen the bumper stickers. I want to broaden that to no habitat, no fish. A lot of us spend time on our boats on the surface of the water, have no idea what it looks like on the bottom of our bays. Our bay bottoms are barren. There's absolutely nothing on the bottom of our bays. I was just speaking to a guy the other day, and he was talking about how prevalent eelgrass was back in the day. So much so that most guys hated it because it clogged up their props. They wish that stuff were back now. There is no habitat, so there's very few fish. We all know that there's no scallops left, but where there is habitat and the few patches here and there, guess what? There's tons of life. Oyster farms are providing habitat. My farm is comprised of bottom cages. Every cage that drops, they measure about 3 feet by 3 feet, are swarmed with life almost immediately. There's juvenile blackfish, black sea bass. I pulled one up last spring and had a keeper blackfish in it. There would be none of this stuff there without oyster gear. Will's gear is on the surface, same thing, full of grass shrimp, full of nursery fish. We're providing habitat at no cost to the taxpayer. I have people fishing on my farm. I'm sure Will does too. We are constantly hearing about these straws, the proverbial straws that are breaking the camel's back, and this could be one of them. If farmers don't have a place to keep their boats, there will be no farms, no oyster farms, no more of that heritage on Long Island. So to give you a scale, this must have been taken during the winter when my boat was tied up to the bulkhead. This is my boat. Shift that down to this cove here. It'll fit quite nicely in there alongside Will's boat. And we have there will be, people are mentioning disturbance. There will be no disturbance. I have already set earth anchors a few years ago because I hit out here during a hurricane. There's basically, picture a screw being screwed into the mud. We tie off to those and we walk through the water up this cinder block bulkhead, which nobody's mentioned. There's
30 seconds.
Old style bulkhead there, into our truck and leave. We have no plans to disturb the area whatsoever. We just need access to our boats because we're losing it. Quick history of Long Island shellfish. New York, Long Island, Great South Bay was the nation's premier provider of hard clams back in the day. The Queen of England loved Long Island oysters.
3
We wanted
minutes.
to get back to that state. I ran out of time, but thank you very much for
Hey,
your
Barney.
time, and thank you, audience, for your support.
Thank you.
You probably remember when I oystered
Yeah.
at Cold Spring. I was lucky enough to get a slip at Lobster Inn, and that's where I met Frank Sapone when he was a young man, and
Frank was a young man.
yeah, and he was happy too. Had a sailboat, and Skip gave me a break on the dock because he knew I was starting off doing oysters, and I had cages out in the creek. I had oysters, some in the bay, and I had a couple of neighbors complain about my gear in the creek. I went out there one day, all my buoys were cut, and I saw the people looking, so I went over there and said, "Hey, did you guys cut my buoys?" And the guy's son did. They swam out there. They had a few bears. They swam to cut all the buoys. The father was appalled. I said, I'm out here every day. Your boat's sitting there. In the storm, I will go and help you with your boat. But this is what you don't do. And we ended up becoming very good friends. He actually supported me on all my races at being trustees. I actually dropped oysters off over there. I actually went over there, had dinner with them. They did not understand what I was doing. It was my fault. I did explain to them. And we became good friends until this day. There's 2 houses over there, Vinny and I can't remember the other guy's name. It was actually, he bought it from the Dunn family.
I offered the DeVitos a lifetime of oysters. It was a no-go.
Yeah. And it's a shame. it's a shame because it happens all the time.
Joanne Valley. After Joanne, it's Sarah Kotz.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. As mentioned, I'm Joanne Sally. I'm a resident of Shore Road in Nordsea. I happen to live directly across from this cove that's in question tonight. And I am very concerned about the environmental impact that having these boats there would cause. The reason why, I've lived here for 14 years. I lived there when the Page Lane was there, and when the Page Lane left, I saw the wildlife come back. We now have sea turtles living in that cove. They were never there. We have blue herons. Blue herons are very sensitive to human impact. I'm not opposed to oyster farming at all. I'm actually a donor of the Conscious Point Shellfish Association. I understand the benefits of oyster farming. It's not the oyster farming, it's the impact that allowing boats in here would create, because I saw the transition when the Page Lane left and what came back. The wildlife that came back, the families of ducks that have been there that we never had during the Page Lane. The Page Lane came and churned up all of this wetlands when it was in and out. Now, since it's been gone for 8 years, it's a wildlife again. And I believe that that is what that land is deemed for, to be preserved wetlands, not a boat dock. There's a lot of other boat docks right down there. I don't understand why these gentlemen were displaced. I would urge you to focus on that and finding them a place to stay. But this is not a boat dock area. It's a wetlands, and I'd hate to see all of our wildlife disappear again. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah is up, and then Jacob Bush.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sarah Cowles. I'm the Executive Director of Southampton History Museum. I want to start this out because we're talking a lot about history. Our mission is to preserve and educate about the history and culture of Southampton. And that includes Bayman and this long tradition. And I'll just point out, on both the seal of the village, but especially the town, there's our monument at Conscience Point. The museum installed that in 1925. That monument was placed there by the museum, and the museum has owned the parcel north of here for over 125 years. It was purchased in 1910. The museum actually incorporated, it was founded in 1898. They incorporated in 1910 to purchase that parcel from the Reeves family who had owned it for generations. And the idea was to protect that space for the community to continue that tradition. Excuse me, I inhaled a buzz. But I just want to also correct, the museum was not, I'm sorry, the museum did not give, we were not aware, nor did we have the permission for the commercial operation. So the commercial operations on our property, which is north of the marina, that was not with our permission. And we did submit a request to the town board to give us some more time to review what's happening on our property. So I'm requesting that again today, that we extend this public hearing, leave the record open so we can take a closer look, because like these other neighbors, we are also a neighbor that's impacted. And again, we are not against shellfishing, but there's appropriate uses, and we have to take a closer look at what's going on our property. Again, we've been the owner and steward for over 125 years. And Conscience Point, again, it's on the seal of the town. It's such a huge, important site. In addition to the environmental aspects, historic and cultural aspects are an important part of the environment under SECRA review. So, you know, a great way to get all this data gathered is to do an environmental impact assessment, and we would love to see that happen, just to make sure everybody's, thank you so much.
So the boats were moored off of the Historic Society property for how many years? Do you know?
I am not entirely clear, but they were not, any commercial use was not under the museum's permission. No commercial use was permitted by us.
That's why they have to leave. That's why they're looking for another dockage or license agreement, because even if you have a charter boat behind your boat and you go to pick them up at a town dock, you have to have a license agreement. There's several people who have boats, they pick up people at the town dock or the trustee dock, they have license agreement. And that's why we have to give them a license agreement to tie there.
Yes, yeah. Of course, the town is a separate issue. I'm speaking as the, a spokesperson of the museum. And we actually do have a long relationship with the town. The town leases, so that the town board, we have an agreement to lease the walkout to the point, again, to see that monument. If anybody hasn't seen it, please go and check it out. And we also are working with the town trustees very closely about the use and the lease for access to the boat launch, which is actually on the museum's property, the boat launch area. So since I started, it's been news to me that the museum owned this property. I started about a year and some change ago as the new executive director. And so I've been working with many of you. We've had discussions and the trustees as well. And so we hope to continue that conversation and make sure the decisions we make is sustainable. And again, Bayman and oystering is part of our tradition. We want to make sure we celebrate it. I empathize because I live in an apartment, and we struggle too in the nonprofit sector to find housing and to make a living. And so the museum wants to make sure we're abiding by our mission and doing the best we can for the people of the community to provide the most access for as many people as we can. So I appreciate your time.
It should be no impact to you because you're so far away.
Well, again, if we could have a little more time to just totally assess everything, that would be great.
You mean it's possible you would invite them back?
We can't have commercial operations on our property.
So when you say evaluate, you're talking
It's-
about.
So if you were like within 50 feet or something like that, then you would have it. But you're so far away, there's no impact to the museum property.
Well, in
The only
terms
impact
of
you would have is wasting
how is the, is there use of the boat launch? That's something we've been talking with the trustees about, the boat launch and how to move forward with the use.
That's a separate problem, like separate.
It isn't
issue.
because it's the
I don't
access for
think-
the
We
marina.
talked about this on the phone. I don't think they're going to even use the boat launch because they're going to unload their product right up there.
I can't.
That's one of the reasons they
speak-
want that slip.
That's, I'm just trying to understand the impacts in a holistic way, and we've been, trying to make those, have those conversations, and our board is looking closely at this, and we've been gathering information over the past months and months, and so we're taking a look at it, and as part of our looking at it, we ask that you just give us a little more time to fully understand and make some decisions on our end.
Thank you for your comments.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
No,
Jacob
no, unfortunately, we have
Fibersh.
to get through the rest of the public
And
hearing.
after
There's a lot of people
Jacob,
here.
it's David. Thank you.
Maybe they'll sell it.
Good evening, ma'am, members of the board. Thanks for having us tonight.
State your name.
My name's Jacob Fibush. I'm an oysterman out of Peconic Bay. And my future is vested in the gateway that is working waterfront access for myself, my small crew, and the other members of the aquaculture community. What we do out there is very low impact on the environment. The amount of life that I see on a daily basis on my farm is truly extraordinary. When I first started there nearly 2 years ago, it was in essence a dead hypoxic mud square out on the bay. Since then, I've seen dolphins in North Race off Robbins Island. It's teeming with fish. The juvenile blackfish that Barley mentioned are there in full force. You can't go 10 minutes without hearing the splash of life out there, whether it be turtles, seals in the wintertime. I really think that the environmental benefits here are positive when it shakes out on the end. On both those gentlemen their farm, there's over 50 million of gallons of water that are filtered each day. Just for reference, the water purification plant over in Glen Cove only churns out about 4.5 million gallons of water a day. So the environmental service that we're getting from our farms definitely outweighs the taxpayer-funded project and maintained plant over in Hempstead Harbor. believe that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
It's blackfish season. Heard they're knocking them down.
David McMaster, good evening, Madam Supervisor, members of the town board. I would like to just start out saying, in general, I'm against the commercialization of this specific section of wetlands. And I would point out that it is CPF property, and I would ask the board to look into the legality of having a commercialization or commercial use on property acquired through CPF funds. I think secret is a good idea, so we can fully understand the environmental impact, and may well be required. So those are my comments, and I would like to read some sections of the town's own code that a previous speaker was cut off from reading. So specifically, Chapter 325, Wetlands. The town board of the town of Southampton finds and declares it to be the public policy of the town to protect and conserve its wetlands and the benefits derived therefrom. It is the further policy of this board to achieve no overall net loss of the town's remaining wetlands and to restore and create wetlands, where prudent and where necessary, to offset losses and increase the quantity and quality of the town's wetland resource base. To achieve these goals, by way of this chapter, the town shall seek to avoid and or minimize damage to wetlands to the maximum extent possible by establishing local land use controls which place a priority on the protection of natural vegetation and the preservation of wetland buffer zones. Buffer zones are critical in protecting the integrity of wetlands from potentially harmful effects, including their function in preventing drying and wind throw, intercepting pollutants, migrating towards wetlands, and providing essential wildlife habitats. The wetlands of the town are indispensable and fragile natural resources, which are immensely important to both the environmental and economic health of the town. The rich assemblage and complex variety of wetland habitats, ranging from small, wet depressions, interjunal swales, and vernal ponds to expansive marshes, swamps, bays, creeks, and ponds, sustain a multitude of natural functions and values, making them essential to maintaining the ecology and biodiversity of the region the town board finds. And lastly, although the town and state have both enacted various laws and regulations over the past decade to protect and manage wetlands, the existing regulatory programs have not provided adequate protection for these resources. This loss of wetlands and lack of conservation deprives Southampton citizens not only of a healthy living environment, but of a healthy economy. It is therefore necessary for the town of Southampton to assert new leadership in wetland protection by intensifying its efforts. This is 325(7) subsection C. So it's necessary for the town to assert new leadership in wetland protection activities by intensifying its efforts to conserve this resource and secure its benefits through the establishment of local land use regulations which discourage those activities that may adversely affect wetlands and which encourage restoration of already degraded or destroyed systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Because it was brought up a couple times, I just want to ask, Dan, if you could come up, our CPF attorney, and just address the legalities of a license agreement on CPF property. And Jackie, I don't know if you wanted to address the wetlands.
Good evening, Daniel.
Good evening.
Good evening, Dan.
Going to the heart of the question, in general, the CPF statute supports water quality projects. There's actually language in there regarding the enhancement of maritime heritage. And as Councilman Pell and Legislator Welker have addressed, Southampton has a rich and vibrant tradition and history concerning aqua farming, as well as land-based farming as well. So clearly, there's an intent under the statute to speak to these kind of activities in terms of promoting, preserving, and supporting these types of activities. So from a legal standpoint, I believe we're on solid ground with respect to the statute and the intent of the statute to preserve these types of activities in a la this particular license agreement and the parameters that they're speaking to.
And we do have licensing agreement on other CPF properties for other enterprises, correct?
In general, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, you mean we have other license agreements for people that are, commercial entities that are licensed to occupy CPF properties?
Well, in the form of stewardship agreements, absolutely. We have those which are akin to license agreements regarding the use of the property. we can do a check with respect to.
We also have lease agreements with farmers that we have town-owned farmland.
Right.
So
We have Kristen, our Parks Director.
There's one on the agenda
has some
tonight.
comments as well on that. Did you want to speak, Kristen?
I just wanted to say that the town does have license agreements at the Poxabog Golf Course, which was a CPF purchase as well.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, right.
Thank you. Jackie Fenlon, CPF Director. I just wanted to let you know that we did fully evaluate this. There is a historic use here. I do understand some of the public's concerns regarding the sensitivity, but this is public property. It does warrant public access as well. You know, there was disturbance in this location already, which we did review. A wetlands requirement also, you know, to protect the native shoreline does also allow for public access to the water. So anyone who has a buffer has routine, you know, even a restricted conservation easement or conservation buffer does have the ability to have a 4-foot path to the water. So in evaluating this with both of these oyster farmers, we did ask, you know, what is the proposed, you know, impacts to this area. They said we're going to need a footpath to get to our boats. So this is really not causing additional, you know, additional damage to the shoreline. This is a stabilized shoreline. You can see even on this aerial, the majority of the shoreline in this area is bulkheads. That has sometimes more of a detrimental effect than a native shoreline. We are looking at this. I'm happy to also look at this further. But I just want to say that, you know, with the historic disturbance here, we think this is a viable option for these farmers to continue aquaculture practices. Like they said, there's very limited opportunities. We have looked at other locations that unfortunately are just cost prohibitive for these farmers, and also just, you know, would cost more time and money for already a fragile industry. So I just wanted to add that, and you know, we are evaluating this, and this is part of the license agreement. And I did want to add, for your question, we do have other license and lease agreements in the town where we own CPF farmland. So the intent there is to keep that in active cultivation. So we do have those, one on Tuckahoe Lane and also one in Sagaponack as well. So we do undertake those types of lease agreements and license agreements. So this, you know, would be permissible. At the end of the day, it is up to the town board.
And the CPF environmental NS would be going out and checking the property and making sure there is no damage to the property, and the license agreement is revocable at any time should that occur.
Yes. So the town board can speak further to the term of the license agreement. It was recommended at 3 years to give them a stable location to be able to continue to perform aquaculture. But again, they are stepping on their boats and then also, you know, bringing off some of their, you know, equipment. This would not be a launch site. There's no proposed, you know, additional disturbance. There's no temporary pilings or docking or moorings, you know, just this is going to be a temporary, like they said, like a screw-in mooring anchor that can be removed. So I just wanted to say that, you know, we do understand the concerns, but, you know, this is permissible under CPF statute. This is aquaculture. We are a pro-farming community, so we're trying to make this attainable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For your input.
I would also like to note, as per the earlier speakers, any previous disturbance resulted in self-regeneration. With respect to this particular operation, they speak to minimal, if not no invasive scenario involving a detriment to that environment. So I think that's an important point with respect to that location. You can take notice on this particular map, which is up to date, as to these bare areas here, which are obviously well traversed. That would be the serving point and the launching point with respect to that operation. So that is an important point as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Kevin, is there anyone on Zoom that would like to be heard at this public hearing? Okay.
Oh, I forgot about Zoom.
Bring them on.
I think the gentleman has Andrews.
We'll get to you after.
We're on, yeah, we have to. Hi, how are you?
Hi, good. So, hi, I'm Meredith Berkowitz. I was actually here tonight on a different matter, which is the last one on the agenda, but I've been listening to this discussion very carefully. And I don't know if I said it, from the Bridgehampton Civic Association. So I don't have a direct input, or I'm not impacted by anything that's going on here in Noyak, but I just wanted to share some observations as an objective sort of third-party listener. It seems to me at the heart of this matter, there's a debate over whether this is a good use, consistent with CPF and promotion, support, preservation of aqua farming with minimal or no environmental impact, or whether it would have a greater environmental harm. And it seems, at least to me as an objective observer, that this piece could easily be resolved with the testimony or input of an objective marine expert who could say what the actual impact would and would not be versus all this speculation on both sides. One side saying there's hardly any impact, it's such a good thing. The other side saying, no, there's this great impact. And we had this past use that was so terrible. And I would say, of course, the past use, if it was so terrible, is important, but also one bad actor doesn't mean that it should forever bar the activity if it really is good and has minimal or no impact. The other thing it raises, for me anyway, and one that we are impacted in seeing in Bridgehampton, is the use of not just the use of CPF funds, not just for wetlands, but for our ag reserves. And the CPF funds are used to make these purchases where promises are made to the community to preserve the land in a natural state or return it to a natural state. Sometimes there are easements, and often easements and negative declarations in place. And then sometimes there's a lack of, or seems to be, I should say, because I don't know if it's an actual one, or seems to be a lack of commitment by the town to follow through on these promises or to keep to them. And I just asked the question of what's the point of having all these agreements and spending all this money if they're not going to be enforced? And I understand that in this case, it may be now, I've heard testimony from Ms. Fenlon, who I thought actually made very persuasive points, that it may be consistent with CPF. But we've got to sort of think about that when you're making promises, when you're making the purchases and promising the community things, people rely upon those promises, and there needs to be that sort of follow through. As any parent knows, with a child, you got to follow through on your promises. So that's all I just wanted to say here. I don't know, I don't have the answer. I think both sides seem to have very compelling arguments, but I think the advice of some experts could really go a long way for the board to be able to determine what is the right answer here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I don't have a card for you, but come on up.
Very quickly, please.
3 minutes.
We'll make it super brief. Yeah.
You have 3 minutes.
Thanks, members of the board, for your spending the time with us. I'm a rookie oyster farmer. Also, I'm about 5 years into it. I operate outside of Southampton. The one thing I would say is that.
Can we just get your name?
Oh, Andrew Larkin. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, Andrew Larkin. The one thing I would say is that Barley and Will are both incredible stewards of the waterfront and what goes on in the water. And I would support anything we can do to help keep those guys in operation. And just the other thing, Barley's comments about the ecosystem benefits of an oyster farm are amazing. I pull up cages, there are blackfish, all types of juvenile fish that are growing in our cages, so we're helping to support the waterway. That's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, if that's the last of the comments. Oh, there's one more hand on Zoom. All right. Close this, you leave it open. Close it.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
All right, this is Matt Ketchum from Peconic Old Oysters. I'm on the North Fork, just like Andrew there. And I just want to say, any expert on the environment will tell you how good oysters are for the environment, whether you're talking about biodiversity or abundance or the different kinds of life that you see. But one thing that gets lost in these discussions all the time, and it seems like the same old story where people want to support it, but they don't want it here or they don't want it there. The waters in and around Long Island, as far back as you can go, have always been for like one or two things: shipping or harvesting the bounty. And aquaculture is the fastest growing farming sector in New York. It's incredibly important to our local economy. And that was the purpose of the waterfront and the waters going hundreds of years back. And we keep losing it little by little, and we never get it back. Seems to me like this is a really important spot for a couple of guys that have been in this business for a while and are doing a lot of good. And it's really important that we allow them to continue. That concludes my comments.
Thank you.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
How's your farm doing? I haven't talked to you in a long time.
Great. Just can't grow enough oysters. It was a great season. It never got too hot, and things are winding down now, but we're stocked up for the winter, so it's been good.
That's good. Glad to hear it.
Yep.
Thanks for your comments.
Thank you.
You want to
Closing it, right?
Yeah, I'd like to close it.
motion to
Second.
close?
Take a
I'll
motion
second
to
it.
close it.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, who's the second?
I am.
Cindy.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice for the 7th public hearing?
Public hearing number
Do this
7,
again.
consider amending Town Code, Chapter 312, Vehicles and Traffic, amending and adding parking prohibited in designated locations, regulations on a portion of County Road 80, Montauk Highway, East Quad.
I'll actually make this brief. I'm actually the one presenting this because we've already had a public hearing on this. This just incorporates the county's recommendations.
Yes.
And it's something that we've gotten a lot of community support on, and we have a written notice from the county that they support this on this county road. So
What do you want to do?
if anybody wants to speak on it.
Oh, do we have any?
No cards on this one.
We-
Kevin, is anyone on Zoom that wants to speak on this?
Myself and Cindy went up to the area, walked the area. We moved stuff around, so
Thank you, Kevin.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm good with it. So what do you want to
I'll
do?
move to close it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, please read the notice for the 8th and final public hearing.
Public hearing number 8, to consider amending Chapter 312 to authorize stop signs on Lumber Lane at the intersection of Maple Lane and Bridgehampton in order to create an all-way stop intersection.
Thank you. This is my resolution. The highway superintendent was here at the last public meeting that we had to inform us of this particular matter. This was at the request of the Bridgehampton Civic. We did a site visit, and the highway department deployed their own engineers, contracted engineers, to take a look at this, and they found reasonable statistical reasons to implement this particular measure, which is to authorize stop signs on Lumber Lane at the intersection of Maple Lane and Bridgehampton in order to create an all-way stop sign.
This is a problematic area as people are going home generally from the west on Montauk Highway, and they come to the main light at the monument in Bridgehampton. They'll make a right, come down to Maple, make a right on Lumber, make a left onto Maple, go in front of the train station, and head over to the circle there. It's a cut through, and I believe that this would certainly help that situation.
Yeah, this and it's been an issue that the Bridgehampton Civic has brought up numerous times. So I'm really happy to see that we've been able to find a solution here. So I thank you, Councilman and Councilman Pell, as well, both of you, for your support on
I think
this.
there's somebody on Zoom for this.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have
Oh,
any
yes.
cards, but Kevin, is anyone on Zoom for this public hearing?
Yes.
We're done.
2, okay.
Just in case you could stay.
Hello, I'm Pamela Harwood, President of the Bridgehampton Civic Association, thanking you for allowing me to speak tonight. And I want to thank Councilman Iacilli and Superintendent of Highways Charlie McCardle for being so responsive to the request of the Bridgehampton Civic Association, and also to the residents who abut Maple Lane and Lumber Lane intersection. And as was said, this is such a heavily used intersection because it's a back path avoiding the highway, and it's also on the way to the Bridgehampton Commons and to the train station. And so something needed to be done. We had 2 accidents this year, and I thank you very much for finding a solution to this and for proposing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you,
So we
Pam.
support it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Hi, Meredith Berkowitz again, also from the Bridgehampton Civic Association, and I just want to reiterate what Pamela said. We're very grateful to Councilmember Isley for bringing the proposal and for the rest of the board for your support, and thankfully for your support. This is one of the issues that has been a big concern to our members and to the residents in the area, and we thank you for your support on this, and we hope that you will approve the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask our Assistant Town Attorney, Sean Cambridge, a quick question before we move on? Sean, is this, Sean Cambridge, thank you for being here, by the way. It's a late evening for you, and we appreciate you hanging around, so thank you. Is this on today for adoption? Yeah. Just want to make sure. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. That's it.
Go home, Sean.
Thank you.
Getting up at bedtime.
Exactly.
All right, so if no one has any other, you'd like to close
I'd like
this?
to move to close. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Alright, very good.
Thank you to all.
That brings us to the public portion section of the meeting. We have
Supervisor,
several
if I
parts.
could, I'd like to have the floor for a brief period of time at the beginning of public portion.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to talk about a resolution that is on for acceptance this evening. That's Resolution 1201 of 2024. This refers to the Pro-Housing Community Program and a letter of intent. And I just would like everyone to know, because I know there's a number of people who are going to speak on this tonight. On September 26th, we had a work session, and our Director of Housing, Kara Bach, she presented the Pro-Housing Communities Program to us. We asked questions, went back and forth, and we decided that we would, in fact, put forward a letter of intent to start a permitting process. Last Thursday, I reviewed the agenda. That letter of intent was, in fact, on by resolution. And so subsequent to that, one of our board members sent out a letter on October 19th, and the letter made some interesting claims. One of the claims was that Southampton would be required to pledge to increase housing stock by 1% in the coming years, and then it went on to note that it would be 500 units per year. It's quite a lot, we know that. So I just want to, get some clarity on this as we move forward. Incidentally, Resolution 1201 of 2024, I will be tabling that. So we're going to be looking at that, having another work session on it, and we're going to table it, and then I'm going to table it to November, at the end of November. But looking into the Pro-Housing Community Program, well, Kara is here tonight. Would you please come to the podium? Now, Kara, I believe there might be some confusion here. And there is that question of 1%. There's two different ways to go into this pro-housing community program. Incidentally, the reason why we would go into a pro-housing communities program is to qualify for grants for housing. And there are a significant number of grants. This is an incentive program from the state of New York to try to get housing in communities where the communities want them. It's not mandates. And there are a number of them. There's like
about 8.
8 or 9 different grant opportunities. So, Kara, if you would you explain the two different ways of how a municipality could qualify for a pro-housing communities program?
Sure. There are two ways. One, you can show data that shows a 1% increase in housing permitting in the past year, or a 3% increase in permitting for the last 3 years.
Just to underscore that, previous to now.
Right.
Now, is this community housing or it's any housing?
Any housing.
Okay.
Yep. There is, or you can pass a resolution that says that you are pledging certain, that you're going to pledge that you're going to further fair housing. You're going to help to expedite permitting and things that are already being done through CHF.
Mm-hmm.
So, the resolution is
Such
things
as
we've already been doing.
ADU, such as disability housing.
Correct. Yep. Increasing housing through those parameters. But it's important to note here is that there is no future mandate, that the town is not required in the future to increase their housing by 1%.
Right.
What New York State is asking for is the past numbers. And the reason why they're asking for that is because, there's a housing crisis throughout all of New York State, not just here. And it's housing in general, not just affordable housing. It's housing, period. So New York State is asking for that so they can understand historical trends and try to work on solutions that will in real time. So if they have these numbers from all the municipalities, they will be able to work on solutions that will help. Now, I think we have on the line.
Well, Carrie, I just want to explain that we are officially in public portion, and I believe the reason why Council Member Tommy John Scavone did want to have you come up is to actually, if we have representatives here from HCR, because this is public portion, we do want to give them. They've been waiting a long time.
And this is
we're
New
having
York
a work
State.
session out of town board.
No,
Well,
they're here
look,
to.
this is New
you
York
said you were
State
gonna
Homes and
table
Community
the-
Renewal, so we wanted to clarify this because there's there's misinformation.
There's misinformation that went into the public.
So if we have someone from HCR here, I would love to ask them that same question.
Yeah, I think they are on
I
the.
think they should wait for work session.
Well,
There is no
we're going to
scheduled
be
work
having
session.
the work session. It's
You already said that you're gonna table it, okay? We have,
I have a question.
I got the floor, Mr. Michael.
No, Councilman
No,
Pell.
no,
Councilman
I-
Pell.
don't
Councilman
interrupt
Pell,
me. I don't
Councilman
interrupt
Pell.
you.
I know you don't, but
I don't care.
Councilman Scavone did have a question, and
Wait,
we do
you have
have
to wait for me.
have representatives
You have to
from
wait
the
for me.
state who are here to help resolve questions.
I got the floor. You want me to keep on
We're
talking?
taking this resolution completely out of order.
Yes, this is
Why
why
are
we
we
should
doing
wait.
that?
It's public portion.
It's public portion. He tabled it. Let's go to the
no,
people.
I didn't table it. I said I was going to table it.
You're going to
and I had
table it.
asked for the floor at the beginning to clarify that question about quotas.
You
Because
did.
500 is a large number,
You
and
did.
I understand why
So,
people.
I want to get done tonight, and these people want to go home. So she should sit down and start with the cards.
So, Bill, to that point, I just want to address this because I was basically called out for misinformation.
Mhm.
And I got the number that I based the 500 units on from our town housing plan. And since Councilman Scavone dismissed my comments on Thursday as incoherent thoughts, I wrote them down this time. I don't understand the rush to push this through without thorough evaluation. The goal of the governor's executive order creating this designation is the creation of 800,000 homes in the next 10 years. The Housing and Community Renewal Commissioner stated that it will unshackle housing development. The governor's executive order begins by stating that the expensive cost of New York State housing is caused, in part, by onerous local government policies that unduly inhibit housing development. It goes on to state that local policies, practices, and decisions that impede housing development lead to unintended consequences to public health, safety, and general community welfare. The third whereas clause states that the state lacks critical information regarding local planning, land use, and zoning practices, as well as regarding housing production, all of which is necessary for the state to identify and redress impediments to housing growth. The executive order then goes on to say, whereas it is a matter of state concern that the policy of the state, that localities and the municipal entities they support or control must begin to take steps to address overly restrictive local housing policies, practices, and decisions to best ensure and maintain public health, safety, and general community welfare. That sounds like the beginning of the end of home rule to me. The executive order then gets into pro-housing community program certification. Pro-housing community program certification means a certification granted by the Division of Housing and Community Renewal based upon criteria that shall be set forth by the division that the locality has taken steps to prioritize housing growth and provide related information to the division as it seems necessary. The division shall have the discretion to establish multiple tiers of pro-housing community program certifications to distinguish between localities
based upon which or how many of the criteria that the division establishes that the localities meet. While being a certified pro-housing community would give us priority for grant funding, further prioritization will be given based on the tier of pro-housing community certification we have received. There is nothing about tiers or how they will be distinguished on the state website. Give us 5 years of detailed zoning and permitting data, take the carrot, and find out the specifics later. The data that the state is requiring for the last 5 years, as well as annually moving forward, is actually what gave me the greatest concern given the facts I just mentioned. They are requesting detailed zoning info such as restrictions on building heights, ADUs, and multifamily housing, information on required setbacks, open space requirements, and lot coverage. On the permitting side, if you scroll past the first tab for bulk permit numbers, the only data I feel is necessary, they then ask the following for every permit issued from 2019 to 2023. Parcel address, tax map number, property owners, type of permit requested, permit cost, planning submission date, date of site plan approval, building permit number, date permit submitted, date permit approved, issue date of CO, number of units, and so on. If you need a reason to distrust the state, look at what former supervisor allowed the state to do to us regarding cannabis. I distinctly remember Supervisor Schneiderman telling the public not to be overly concerned because the state was only going to issue a limited number of licenses. We would at most get 1 to 2 dispensaries in the town, one west and one east. The town could further restrict distances and location. He even stated that we could prohibit dispensaries on County Road 39. And so, with no public input, even though they knew that we could opt in at any time in the future, the town of Southampton decided not to opt out. After the opt-out deadline passed, the state lifted the cap on licenses and preempted us on imposing local restrictions on time, place, and manner. We cannot set stricter distances from schools and houses of worship, nor can we restrict dispensaries from operating on County Road 39. There are currently several locations pending in each of our hamlets, and at least 5 that I'm aware of being proposed on or in close proximity to County Road 39. The villages who smartly opted out are watching as our hamlets are now the guinea pigs for a program that the state is changing on a nearly daily basis. A program that in no way resembles what they sold to the town a few short years ago. A program that we are now stuck with for all time. So I understand why our residents are questioning a carrot from a governor who tried to override local zoning within a half-mile of MTA sites in 2023, and then tried to allow 50 units per acre in 5-story buildings on religious properties just this year. They would have to be crazy not to. And had my colleagues read the executive order, you would clearly see that if you are applying for a grant for housing, the priority does not matter.
Your letter that this is important. Your letter that states that that 500 units would be mandated by this was both irresponsible and unfounded. Absolutely.
Well, when that question was asked in our work section,
if I could, because that's important. I'm not going to go on a filibuster here, and I wanted to clarify that aspect because that seems to be the key point that people are focusing on. That there's a mandate involved in this, and there is just simply not.
Not yet.
Councilman, may I please?
Go ahead. That's correct. There's no mandate.
There's no mandate involved in this, and I really look. I have a few comments that I'd like to express about this bill because I'm sorry, but it's very important that we rectify what has been injected into the discourse. Some of you may or may not be aware, but it is election season, and when you're in government and politics, things get to be a little bit scary around this time. And I'm troubled as to the efforts that have been taken to inject fear and misinformation into this process to become a pro-housing community. We had a very, very detailed informational session at our September 26th work session, where, by the way, I encourage you to visit and take a look, where our director of housing, who's right there, went over the specifics of this program to explain how this is an incentive-based program and demonstrate how towns in Suffolk County are in fact pro-housing communities. To the east, we have East Hampton Town. To the west, we have Brookhaven Town. East Hampton is majority Democratic. On the other side in Brookhaven, it's majority Republican. There is no partisan line here to gain this designation. And this designation would essentially avail us to grant funding if we wanted, keyword, if we opted in and wanted to apply for it. That grant funding can go to revitalization, it can go to infrastructure, and even transportation. It's our decision, not the state's. And we have HCR here to sort of clarify and confirm some of that information that has been explained to us by our director. It's our decision, not the state's. And that was made clear at the work session. It's also clear on the state website outlining the program, which our department did research and put work into, and I appreciate the staff's efforts. While I'm absolutely in favor of providing more time for the public to understand this particular issue, as I am with most issues, I do not appreciate taking more time on something because it has been misrepresented to the public, and now we have to clean up the mess. Wow. And now this effort to gather more information isn't going to get more information. It's simply going to rectify the fact that our community was misinformed through official channels, and I'm happy to try to rectify the information. I have spoken to many of my colleagues in both parties about this, and the information that some have received suggests that the state will mandate quotas, and that's just false information. And I'm troubled and disturbed as to how efforts have been taken so extensively to misinform the public, so much so that it has completely robbed us of our dutiful responsibility to do the work of governing. And you heard today from our CSEA. It's not funny. You heard today from the CSEA president who explained that employees are living in cars. You heard from Will Peckham, our oyster farmers, and our aquaculture folks. They are renting and struggling to get by. You heard from the Southampton Historical Society president, Sarah, who talked about the need to find more opportunities to have an affordable community. This is happening right before us as we're considering this. Now, listen. We are in the business of solving problems, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. We shouldn't be playing politics. And this, unfortunately, was taken up on a mantle of politics, and that was wrong. And
it
now
was not,
it
had nothing to do with politics, Michael.
Listen,
it had everything to do with the fact that at our work session, there were words used like, I think, I will get back to you on numbers, and there is nothing on the state's website that doesn't say that they're mandated.
But Kara did get back to us, and quite frankly, there was also an email where she said HCR will be on the call tonight. And there was communication, and unfortunately, none of you have responded to her.
And you've also misrepresented to the community that we need this to get prioritization for grants for housing, and that is simply not true.
What are you talking about?
This does not prioritize us for grants for housing.
That's the
okay. No, it does not.
Incentive-based program.
The rule previously was if you were a pro-housing community, you got extra points towards your grant application, but then Albany changed that to say now you don't qualify at all for the grants unless you're a pro-housing community.
Yes,
no,
you have to
okay, so
yeah, you have to be a pro-housing community in order to be eligible for the grants now. They changed
it. The governor's executive order clearly states.
Look, you don't have to vote for the next time.
I'm just going to say it. Further prioritization among certified localities based on the tier of pro-housing community program certification each certified locality has received from the division, provided, however, that applications made by non-certified localities, which would be us if we did not opt in, will not be deprioritized relative to applications from certified locations if the application from the non-certified locations is expressly for the purpose of funding housing development, including mixed-use developments that contain housing components or would fund non-housing investments necessary for and in relation to particular housing developments. It clearly says in the governor's executive order that they cannot deprioritize us for not being a member of this if we were asking for a grant for housing. So I don't know where you're getting that this is going to prioritize us for housing grants.
Yeah, it's changed. It has changed. You have to now.
This is the governor's executive order.
It's mandated
Cindy,
now.
can I just say something?
What's mandated?
Michael?
That you have to be a pro-housing community.
Oh, gee, I guess enough people didn't sign up.
Let's just put this on hold.
Take it down.
Maybe take it down. Have a Southampton press conference.
Yeah, I'm
about
fine.
it,
Look,
and like let's go like a public talk.
we are going to.
We're going to be here until 2:00.
We're gonna
We
put
got
this.
14 days. Okay.
Councilman,
Let's go.
we're going to put this over to November 25th. So we will have another work session, and
Good.
we'll have more of this at a work session.
Perhaps housing community
Please
can
come.
talk to us there.
But I think it's important to note,
Come on,
and
Tommy,
my
that's
original
enough.
question
TJ.
is that mandates are not part of this. And I think we're all in
But
agreement.
we now have to be a pro-housing community in order to be eligible for any housing grants.
Right, that's why we're
for
doing
state
it.
funding.
Any
correct.
grant.
Good, we understand each other. Okay. Is there someone from HCR? I feel bad. if we don't call them up, just ask them one question.
Later, let's go through the cards. Let's go through the cards.
Supervisor, it's your
I don't
meeting.
know, is somebody here just to wrap this up?
Physically
Kevin.
here or?
What was the name you're looking for?
We should just do the cards. If not, you're gonna go back and forth.
Karis Mess.
He's bringing them up.
Rasmussen.
Hello.
Hello.
How's everyone?
We're good.
Thank you for having me. My name's Kathleen McCadden Benjamin. I'm Chief of Staff at HCR, and I have the esteemed pleasure of leading the work and the team who administer the Pro Housing Communities Program. And thank you for having us tonight. It's a wonderful opportunity to talk to you about some of your concerns, clarify any questions, and I really just want to emphasize that this is an opportunity to help communities build and decide how they want their communities to grow. The governor heard communities all across the state loud and clear. You want to make those decisions and you need incentives to do them. And after, I don't know, hundreds of meetings where I met and have interacted with many of you on the town board, you clearly expressed there's a need for infrastructure, there's a need for water and sewer, and funds to help make your communities vibrant for the next generation. And that's what this program is trying to do with the grants that require localities to be pro-housing communities. And you are correct, town board member, I don't know your name, I apologize. But in July of 2023, the governor signed the executive order. But in April of 2024, the prioritization became a requirement in the budget.
Of course. That's how we do things.
So we're going to be having a work session. Would it be possible for you or somebody in your office to join us at that work session?
Yes, we will come to the work session.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
That would be very helpful, and thank you for being at our meeting.
No, thank you all for the opportunity, and I look forward to continuing this conversation with you.
Thank you.
The carrot wasn't big enough.
Okay, so the first speaker is Carol McNeil.
Better get
You're
up there
still
quick
here,
before we
Carol?
start again.
Yes. After this meeting, wow.
Like Jay.
It was very eye-opening. I'm really becoming much more interested in coming to these meetings and
Yeah.
finding out what's actually going on in our community. In
locally a big
retirement,
deal.
this is not what I saw myself doing, being aggravated every night.
Please identify yourself for the record.
I'm Carol McNeil.
Thank you.
And one thing, I'm just going to say, whenever I try to watch the meetings on channel 22 or 21, you can't understand anything anyone's saying. You're aware of that. That's consistent. I
Don't
try to
tell the
watch.
town clerk.
I try to watch work sessions. I'm going, okay, forget
We're
this.
working on that.
Yeah, you can't hear anything. I know because you hired somebody recently at one of the meetings.
This is your 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, dear members of the Southampton Board, I come before you again requesting that you get involved with the oversight and development of the Westwood properties. I don't know if you know, 2 weeks ago at about 11:40 at night, my husband wakes me up. Guess what just came down the road? We boarded the property. Literally, there's a road 30 feet from the edge of my property. I look out on the road. There was these huge fuel tanks coming down the road. They looked like they were 60 feet long. At 11:40 at night, they had no headlights on. They were just lit up with red lights. Okay? So obviously, again, undercover. The next morning, you could see them on the property. Apparently, they wrecked their own fence on the turn. They couldn't even make the turn, which it makes me think, wow, when they bring their semis with the oil, what are they going to do? So anyway, that occurred, and the next day they were quickly, you could tell, buried because the dirt, the gravel coming up the road was nonstop. So anyway, well, as I have mentioned, as the nation has stated on various occasions, they want to work government to government. I've heard that in all these meetings that I've watched, if I haven't been a part of. They've referenced that Sag Harbor Village doesn't require permits from the town of Southampton to develop their village. So I'm guessing they're assuming the government to government is in that capacity. Well, so if they reference that Sag Harbor doesn't require from the town, so why should they? That's what I've heard them say a lot. Well, if they don't require us to get don't come to you and say, get permits for what we're doing in our town, why should we? But the biggest difference is that we all know what the zoning laws are in each of those towns, right? You know what the zoning laws and rules are in the Sag Harbor Village, and I believe if the village was to do anything, any of the villages, that would jeopardize the surrounding community, that there would be local, town, state, county, and federal government involvement. So, do you have or have you seen a copy of the tribe's zoning laws, building requirements, or land use from them? You've been to meetings. I have not heard anything about, other than I'm being told in your meetings with them they're going to revegetate some things. That's all I've been given on what's going on with this property. I don't believe I have a right to even view that information from the nation. I don't even have a right to step on the property, but I can go to Sag Harbor Village in Southampton anytime I want and know what is expected of me as a citizen.
30
and
seconds.
if I were a resident, I would know the rules for development. I understand you have retained the lawyer, but I hope you fully engage him to address all the questions surrounding both the development and the ownership of this land. You need to do it now, and all the work that is continuing needs to be stopped now. As I've stated before, this once good ground has turned into bad ground for everyone involved.
3 minutes.
You know what? This is just something I have to say every week. I send you guys emails all the time when something happens, and I feel like I get no feedback. I've contacted numerous federal agencies and state agencies, and it just seems as though everybody is just kind of biding their time. I'm hoping maybe after this election, some people will step up, because it's what it seems like. Nobody wants to step up yet. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Did you want to say anything?
It's up to Jeff.
Okay, Eileen McPhailin.
Elaine McPhailin from Hampton Bays. Good evening, Madam Supervisor and Town Board members. I have one question, one statement. The question is that it was made aware that there was going to be a meeting with the nation a few weeks ago on a Friday, and that we would hear information from that meeting. I don't know of anybody that's heard of any information from that meeting. Do you have any that you can give us?
So thank you, Eileen. I just want to say I have been pushing for the town to provide an update of some kind. It has to run by our town attorneys, number one, and we have to have broad agreement on what we agree to establish in this update. I do want to say that we had a successful meeting where and I hope Supervisor you'll also comment, where the nation did agree to looking at doing some things. We did also say that we wanted to review some of their plans, and they did agree to doing that with us, and I believe we're trying to set up another meeting. However, we did receive information after weeks of reaching out from the federal government, and the federal EPA is in fact involved in the project. They have claimed to be the permitting authority on this particular project, and that quite frankly complicates matters a little bit more for everyone. And I'm happy to provide. I'm happy to have our town attorney provide any additional information that is accurate information.
If you're going to continue, you need to tell them the whole truth, which is that they haven't issued any permits.
That's not. We don't know that. We don't know that. That's not actually true. That's not true. And that nothing has been suggested that they haven't. They claim, the EPA claimed to be the permitting authority, and they said they are actively working on permits.
They're working on getting
correct,
permits.
Council, is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding, and I've been in communication with the regional council for the EPA since the time when they did notify the town, the state, that they are the permitting authority for the site.
And Jim,
So-
you've been providing the EPA with information almost daily, right?
We
When the
have,
tanks
yes,
arrive,
right,
send
right. I've taken
pictures.
some of like even Miss McNeil's pictures that she has sent us about the reference tanks and.
Carol,
we-
your email Jim did forward over to the
We've
EPA.
been providing that to the EPA, and we've been asking them. They did indicate that they have the authority over the site, and so we've been asking for more details as to what the EPA is actually doing with that authority over the site. If they're, and I'm getting some information back from them on a daily basis, as the supervisor says. And we also I did share this information with the firm that the town had retained on this matter, and they are also looking into it as well. And I've also reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office too. So these are things that are happening as as this thing proceeds.
That's all appreciated information, but we only heard it because I came up and asked. And
Well,
it
that's not
is much
necessarily true.
appreciated if something can be published on a very weekly basis to let us know what is going on and that it's not just at a complete standstill. So that's the end of that part. The other part is my suggestion that if you are considering this grant situation with community development for Hampton Bays, that no development should happen until a sewage treatment plant is in place. So if the money has to go towards that first, because we absolutely can't handle any more housing in Hampton Bays.
Thank
That's
you.
got to be obvious. Thank you.
All right, Simon Canavan, and then Gail Murcott.
Good evening, Simon Canavan, Sag Harbor. My attention was drawn to an email that was sent to the Civic from a council member. I did my due diligence after listening to what the email stated, and this compelled me to prepare this statement. The town of Southampton should pass Resolution 2024-1201 to enable the town of Southampton to become a pro-housing community. Passing this bill simply puts the town in a position where they are more likely to receive grant funding when they apply. This isn't about quotas and mandates as suggested by the council member. If we receive money, the money can help us alleviate a number of issues we face here in Southampton, such as high cost of living. This program does not override local zoning. It is simply a letter requesting the designation that allows the town to tap into funding when the municipality decides state funding is appropriate. The town maintain local determination as had been described in the town work session of September 26th by the housing director. My question is, why wouldn't we avail ourselves to millions of dollars of funding for things like downtown revitalization, senior housing, housing for first responders and veterans, funding for improved workability and transportation enhancements. Walkability. These are all the things that the state program allocates money for through this program. The effort to halt this are because the council member sent an email to our civic stating incorrect statements. The council member claimed that the town has to commit to a quota each year. I researched this and found that, sorry, I've lost stuff. Skipping forward, I commend Maria Moore, Tommy John, Bill and Michael for doing the right thing here and for actually trying to solve problems and not cause chaos and dysfunction. I've rewatched the town board meetings and it seems that the four of you are trying to do
30
what is
seconds.
right, and there always seems to be someone in the background engineering dysfunction, even for issues that are not controversial. It's also deplorable that what was written in an sorry, I've lost.
Please be quiet. Don't be rude to him.
So I received a mailer last week
3 minutes.
that had word for word almost for the Assembly member Kelly. This went in the garbage because that's where it belongs, because it is not correct. I implore you to do the right thing for the town of Southampton.
I'll just reiterate that he just said that he did his research after he received a letter about a program that he didn't even know we were discussing until he got the email. So
That's correct, because I was made aware, so I did research.
good. I'm glad you were made aware, and that's all I was asking for, is for more of the community to be made aware, and for a community to have a discussion, and for the community to either support or not support what we're doing. But how can they support or not support or do their own research if they don't even know what we're discussing?
Can I write to respond to that?
No. But you
Lynn.
also included, misleading and untrue statements.
Well, nowhere on the
Come on,
state
let's
website does it say that it does not require
Can you
you
can
to
you guys
increase
stick
your
it
housing.
later?
Gail and then Lynn
I think that's
Murcott,
important.
please.
I want to thank everybody for having me here for the last 8 months.
You got to tell people if you're Gail or Lynn.
Oh, I'm sorry. You could. You don't know? Yeah, really, you should.
They don't.
I'm Lynn Murcott, and I live in Hampton Bays. And to the gentleman that just spoke, I know if we get housing, it's not going in this town. It's going in Hampton Bays. Tons of it. Because right now, Hampton Bays, you can't even get through. I came through Southampton on my way here, bumper to bumper. I was giving out flyers in Hampton Bays last week, and the amount of people that I spoke to, and they said that the town board of Southampton has never, ever done anything positive for Hampton Bays. I know Jay Schneiderman had all these things, but he did more damage to Hampton Bays. And it's continuing, and it's just getting worse.
Really?
Really?
Really? Yes.
How about Bel Air?
What about Bel Air? Oh,
we got
please,
Bel
I
Air
was
fixed.
there. Wait
Just
a
wait.
second, Belle. I have the floor. I was at
go.
Bel Air with you, and I was protesting because Jay Schneiderman wanted to make Bel Air. He gave us 3 builders who had their own
Right,
vision.
but we're trying to live in the present now.
Yeah.
Okay.
In
Okay,
9 months,
but-
we got it torn down in January.
And
In
we
January-
appreciate
We
that.
We've done a lot of
January,
other
we start
things
on the
too.
plans as soon as we get the money.
We understand and we
This
appreciate
new
that
board has
Bel
done
Air.
more than Hampton Bays than the other board, the previous board.
Six
in a long
parcels
time.
preserved in 2024. That
Roads,
outpaces
sidewalks.
that
Well, this
outpaces
isn't my 3
preservation in the
minutes.
23. No, but I think
Oh,
I'm
you
just.
don't want to hear?
Yes, I would like to. Yes, I would
I
like
get
to
upset
hear
when
because
you come up and accuse us for something that what we did not do.
Okay.
It's a new board. We are
I'm
trying
not
hard.
accusing the new
to
board
fix.
at all, Bill. You
just did.
were part of the last plan, and I was at Bel Air, and I
I
know
was
you
not
were there
part
too.
of it. I protested it.
Yes,
you were
we
there
know.
with you.
We were there protesting it with you.
And
And yes, we did get our way because everybody in Hampton Bays stood up. If we didn't stand up, that Bel Air would have been a 20-story hotel.
Sure.
And you had all kinds of the past board had all kinds of builders that everybody, and you know what? My sister has a famous, follow the money. And that's what happens. Everyone I spoke to while I was giving out pamphlets say the same thing. Hampton Bays has been dumped on for years. Years and years. This is not anything new. The Southampton town wanted to put close the dump here and put it in Hampton Bays. That was like 25, 30 years ago. We said, we'll lay down in front of the trucks. You keep your own garbage and we'll keep ours. But, and then now the best plan, everything else that's finding its way. And the best plan,
30 seconds.
I can't even imagine that could be put in an area that if that has a problem, will totally cut off the whole East End.
Okay.
It doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't make sense, and
It
that's
doesn't.
why we have the working group, and we're almost there. We're
And I
almost
thank
there.
you for that.
We get that.
We get that, and I thank you
putting
for
in
that.
the sidewalks at the bridge so people can walk now, and turning the one street into a one way, and we're doing a lot of preservation of open space. This
Why
board
aren't-
has done so much paying attention to
board.
Hampton
Yes.
Bays. Yeah, so
And I
let's
just-
talk
Okay,
about
so
this.
with that statement,
Ms. Marcotte.
Supervisor, with that statement, could I just say, why are you not representing us? There's only one person on this board that's representing us, as far as the nation goes. At your last meeting, I sat in the back next to a very nice woman from the nation who happens to know me and I knew her. And
30
she
sec-
said,
I mean,
this
3
is
minutes.
your town board. I said, we know nothing about what's going on in Hampton Bays with the Shinnecock. You guys meet with them, you know it all. We know nothing. You force us to go out and do your work.
I'm pretty sure we did report after the last meeting that they answered all the questions that we had, and they offered to show us all the plans, and we were going to hire an engineer to go in with us to go and look at them. But then when the EPA, now this is the new development, the EPA and the federal government made an assertion that they're the permitting authority, but we didn't have all the specifics, so we don't want to dribble out some information that's not wholly formed. So our town attorney's been communicating with the EPA almost daily for the last week and a half.
Should have, I just have to say, Maria, and you know, we came to you and the town attorney and, well, like in March, and look at what's been done, devastated to that property up there. And now there's a new road going in. Why is there a new road going in? This has to be, we're not asking you to make a decision on whether they own the property or not. We're asking this town board to do your job and to stop them from doing what
But Ms.
they're doing.
Marcotte, you see that last point, to stop them. We can't just do that. We have legal questions that are in our way to necessarily make that quick decision. Counsel, is that correct?
Yes, of course.
Okay, well.
And we have to, we can't, if the advice of counsel.
Michael, will you take it down?
I'm sorry?
Just tell us if you'll take it down.
Take what down?
Take down when they're
You
built.
got a casino
You guys.
off Peconic Bay and
I'm not going to comment. What I'm going to say is this.
won't.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. We do not have a full understanding right now of the legal complexities that exist. What we can say is that it is a federally recognized sovereign tribe, which has made us hesitant to take full action, and the attorneys agree with that. And if the attorneys agree with that, we don't want to take full action. We can't take full action to stop it.
Okay,
There are-
so just let them build what they want. Just
that's
let them
not,
destroy
and that's not,
Hampton
and that's,
Bays.
but Ms. Marcotte, that's not the case. We are working very, very tirelessly to find out what we can do, and it's not an easy one. This is not an
I
easy
understand
issue.
that, but Maria, you made, I think your legacy was West Hampton. You made West Hampton beautiful. Do you
Beautiful all the
realize
time.
if this goes through, it will ruin Hampton Bays forever, ever. If they get their casino on the bluff and the traffic out here, it doesn't even make any sense to me. And the girl that I was sitting next to, she said, "This is your town board." She was from the nation. "This is your town board." I said, "Yeah, I don't think so, because I don't know one thing that you guys are doing, and you know everything." Thank you for your time. I'm sorry that I'm upset, but you know I've been here time after time, and the work just keeps on getting worse and worse. They look like spaceships they brought in.
Can I just
last
say,
week.
if you feel that only one member of the board is representing your interest, you can ask that member of the board to find a course of action that you feel is sufficient.
Doesn't it have to be voted on?
That member has every opportunity
You
to
need 3 people to vote on it.
Okay.
But they have every opportunity to do it. They have every opportunity to do it.
opportunity to do it, but if they don't have the backing of the board, it's a dead issue, Michael. So what? So
There's five of
that's
us.
just kind.
But
That's
there's
kind
five
of
of us.
just do more work.
No, there's 5 of us.
Do more. There's 5 of you.
Right.
But I'm saying I'm telling you, there's only one person here that really has an interest.
You're asking to defy
That's
legal
not
counsel.
true. I mean, come on.
You're
How
asking
can
us.
you say we don't have an interest? Of course we do.
Maria, it's just that we don't know that. Yeah.
You're
not
know
telling
what
us.
we hear and see, but we have no information from you with
Carol, I mean, I see her 100 emails a day to you guys. There's never an answer as to what you're doing. We don't know that. So, I mean, you know, if we see someone that says one little thing about this isn't going to happen or this shouldn't happen, we're like, yay.
I do want to clarify that I have pushed my colleagues to release information to the general public, and people have disagreed with that.
Have you pushed your colleagues to stop this? What's going on?
I just explained to you, but Ms. Murcott, you keep missing the point of the fact that it is a federally recognized sovereign nation.
We're talking property here. We're not talking about their
But
sovereign or whatever.
But Ms.
we know
Murcott,
they're sovereign.
but Ms. Murcott, the actual property is indeed identified as a quote Indian reservation.
No, it's not.
Yes,
sorry,
it
it's
is.
not. No.
The Suffolk,
All right.
that is
Okay.
Suffolk, the
Yeah,
Suffolk,
no, it's not.
the Suffolk County, excuse me.
Well, it's a wrong map.
The Suffolk County tax map indeed identifies that as well as the town GIS system. So we have to follow what the information tells us. Any attorney, legal expert will tell you that.
And I will say, Council Member Iacilli has wanted to issue a statement about the EPA, but we didn't want to do that until our town attorney was comfortable with what it was they were actually telling us, because it's not 100% clear.
We're just asking for it to be stopped. That's all. I mean, do you
If
realize
it's
it's
theirs
just
and
they can do it? Do it. Do it.
We'll help you.
100%. If that's their land and they don't have any restrictions on it, that's part of their. By all means, like my sister said, she'll go help them shovel. But if it's not their land, it's just they're just doing more damage and nobody's stopping them. And don't you understand how frustrating that is? I'm sorry, I'm all
No,
upset.
I know,
but it's
I
been
know.
a long night. I know it's been long for you. I don't get paid for this. You guys do. I'm sorry.
It's very frustrating.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I got upset. That's just me.
Well, thank you both.
Thank you. Bill, first of all, I just want to say there's a misunderstanding here because from our perspective, by the way, I'm Gail Marcotte,
Yes.
and I'm the calmer one
Yes.
too. And I have to live with her. But I just want to say from our perspective, there is a lot of things that this town board has done that are really good things. But Westwoods is in our face. It's in our face absolutely every day. Now, as my sister said, there's a new road that went in. Everybody's like, what's this road for? Where is it going? Why did they just put this in? They put it down further, like a mile or so down. We don't know what's going on there. We know that you're meeting with them. We don't know what you're talking about. We don't know if you're allowing them. All we want is one thing. We just want it stopped until the use of the land is declared by somebody in authority, by a court or whatever, as to what it can be used for and whether it has oversight or not. Just stop it.
We
Because-
did ask them to stop. They won't stop.
No, I know that.
And even if we were to file a lawsuit, that doesn't mean they'll stop because they didn't stop with the monuments. So,
Michael?
but we did ask
Billboard.
that. We did ask that.
Well, I do understand that, I mean, as Carol mentioned before, if we did that, I think you guys would have a lot of problem with me, my own house. You got to pay attention, you've got to go by the laws, and you have to listen to government. If we just went ahead and said we're going to do whatever we want to, you'd probably have my house the next day. But the only thing is, as I said, it is very frustrating, more so for them because they listen. Carol comes over and sits on my front porch when she can't take the bang, bang, bang of the ground anymore. She says, I just got to get away from that headache. That's not right because they don't pay taxes. We pay the taxes. You're our town board. They're very right. You are not their town board. You're ours. And I realize that you have to do some sort of balance here, but you've got an attorney. We just want to know from the attorneys, and then going forward, a court needs to decide what's going on here. But again, as I said, I do thank you for what you've done. I'm sorry that was misrepresented
That's
a
okay.
little.
I apologize. I got upset, but I like Hampton Bays. I lived there for a long time.
Yes, I know you
Hampton
did.
Bays was very good to me, and I still have a lot of friends there.
I know that, Bill, and I also know you've showed up at every civic association meeting and every protest and everything else.
Yeah.
We know that. And I don't, my sister just directed that because of her frustration with Westwoods. But I thank you, and I wish you'd just figure out now what they're doing with this new road that they're putting in, which was the old casino road. Now that's all, it's not paid yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure Carol can take care of it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Gail. All right, Francis Genevieve. And then Dieter. Oh.
My name is Frances Genovese, and I'm here to speak with you tonight about the Liberty Gardens lawsuit. But before I do, I have one or two comments. I can't really believe that I'm sitting here and listening to Mr. Scavone say that there is nothing political in the governor's actions in setting up that housing. You didn't. Okay, I misrepresented you.
I said don't vote
anyway,
for her.
And I would ask you to turn your eyes to New Jersey, where a similar thing was sent down by the state mandating affordable housing, and municipality by municipality is now joining in lawsuits against that. But that's not what I'm here to discuss. I'm here to discuss the disturbing comments made by the town attorney, Burke, to Newsday, which I feel are extremely conciliatory in a vicious lawsuit. I actually appreciate the position that the town was put in by the previous administration. Mr. Schneiderman would have done anything to pass the FAIS and impose a time limit on you, and Mr. Fasano was determined, as he assured Mr. Schneiderman, that if you reversed his decision in any way, he would sue. So what I feel, we also are very aware of how dangerous this lawsuit is. From the beginning of this application, Mr. Fasano has been bullying, with his henchmen, been bullying the town and the public. So the lawsuit comes as no surprise, and we know that if he prevails, we also know what the prevailing spirit is in the law right now, that any kind of community benefit that's claimed is an automatic win. But we know that if he wins, he would get everything he wanted, and there would be the danger of you having to pay $2.5 million, which he claims he spent on making this application. A ridiculous comment, but a ridiculous claim. And we also know you can be responsible for his attorney fees. He feels very confident, but we feel also that you must vigorously defend this lawsuit, and we know, defend the town against this lawsuit, and we know what that imposes on you. Because if you do not, what you're basically saying is that you agree, if you make conciliatory comments like Mr. Burke did publicly and in the paper, and can I ask, was he authorized to make those comments by anyone?
Sometimes papers misquote people.
Is that what you're claiming?
That's my understanding of what happened.
That they misquoted him. He can clear it. And by the way, speaking about misquotes in Newsday, the last person you called up, the lady with the under the acronym of the housing thing, she's also a flack for Newsday. I've been following her and her comments she puts in.
It's not. It's not. Keep your comments a little more, you know.
Why?
Appropriate.
Why?
3 minutes.
You know, they are our staff. You know.
I'm not talking about your staff. I'm talking about the last lady you called up. I'm not talking about your staff.
Oh, okay.
Try to listen.
Okay.
Oh,
Lady on Zoom.
You said
3
housing.
minutes. 3 minutes.
Anyway,
we're here to be abused.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to offend your sensibilities. It's late.
I know, believe
Yeah,
me.
and I see that the order is disturbed whenever it serves one of your people. So at any rate, here is the thing. If you accede to this bullying lawsuit, what you're doing is affirming the tactic. You're affirming that your own environmental studies are worthless, and you're allowing him to defame and chill the public participation. If you know the language In the lawsuit, if you have read the 49 pages of it, 62 paragraphs, you will see that he says that you made your decision based on discrimination. You did that. It wasn't a well thought out thing. This is the legacy of Mr. Schneiderman and Mr. Scavone, and we're asking that you please have to consider defending
5
vigorously
minutes.
against
Whoa.
this. Thank you.
I called the time earlier.
We're certainly defending the lawsuit.
Happy to hear it. Then perhaps someone would speak to Mr. Burke and have him come out and say exactly how he was misquoted.
Barbara Fair is next, and then Myron Holt.
Good evening. This has been fantastic. I have never seen such engagement.
Very entertaining, right?
Well, I don't. It's more than entertaining. It's actually heartening. I think it's not inappropriate to have different points of view on some of these subjects, and nobody owns it. As far as the program that we're discussing that's
Pardon
coming
me for a
down
minute.
from the Division of Housing. Sorry, what?
We just want to keep it quiet because we can't hear you.
There's feedback from the other.
We're gonna have
room,
to
so turn
TV
it off, 'cause
Oh.
I'm just getting aired.
Go ahead.
Okay, so it's been very interesting. I came here with a couple of comments, one on the budget and piercing the tax cap. It's kind of scary. I did look at some of the things you're trying to accomplish. I was not happy with the previous supervisor's bonding so many things that didn't seem to be necessarily they seem to be ordinary purchases, like furniture or a vehicle. Everything seemed to get bonded, and I could see the cost flowing forward to future budgets. So it looks like you're trying to get a handle on that, and I appreciate that. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is this is a very complicated proposal, and I can understand that they're with the state on the subject of providing all this information about our housing, what we build, what our requirements are, how many stories they can be. I work for the Division of Housing. This is a program you're being asked to approve. I don't know if you understand, what has been set up administratively within the agency to manage it. And it almost everything that comes down like this, there should be enabling legislation, and following that, there should be a bunch of regulations that the agency promulgates. So just be careful. I really, it sounds good, but be careful, and try to find a way to talk to one another. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Myron Holtz, and then
I will relinquish my time in the interest of constitutional prohibition against cruel and unusual.
Thank you, Myron. Okay, next is Derek.
What's the quote of the week?
Derek. I'm sorry, Stein.
No worries. Good evening. My name's Derek Stein. Today I'm actually wearing my other hat. I previously spoke on behalf of Erase Racism. Today I'm here on behalf of the Long Island Housing Coalition, which Erase Racism chairs. And just with the pro-housing community, this really is, the particular resolution 1201 really is a pro forma piece of it. It, as has been mentioned, it doesn't have any mandates. It doesn't require the town to permit a single property. It retains the zoning control and the ability of the town to make those decisions. And that can be Liberty Gardens, that can be any particular project. The town has that ability to make those decisions, regardless of whether or not they are a pro-housing community or not. Secondly, the pro-housing communities program really covers a lot of grants that have been very successful in other towns across Long Island as well. And they cover items that are beyond just housing as well. We have the New York Forward program, which has provided support for park development in towns like Patchogue, in Great Neck, and in Glen Cove as well. We have the Downtown Revitalization Initiative in my hometown in Central Islip. That's gone, 10 million of that has gone for sewer development. which has been a huge revitalization for the community. It's just been completed, and we're going to have, we already are seeing a boom there. We've seen $300 million of investment in Central Islip, in part because of this program. This is the opportunity that's being left on the table if the town does not move forward with the pro-housing community. It's the opportunity cost of having people come here and talk to you every meeting about how it's hard to live here. But it's also talking about how we can revitalize communities like Hampton Bays. That's where we can do this. It's through this program. That's where the funding is available through grants such as the capital program. And these are all discretionary grants. They are not required for any state funding. This isn't going to impact recurring state infrastructure funding for roads. This isn't going to impact water quality improvement program grants, WQIP. This only affects the grants that are listed right on the page: the Downtown Revitalization Initiative, New York Forward, New York Main Street, Regional Council Capital Grants, Market New York, and the Illinois Investment Fund.
And
that is all that's covered.
And the Empire State Grant funding, correct? Because I was told
The-
today if we wanted some funds for our new community center, they would be available through that Empire State Development
It's the Empire State
Program,
Development
but that
Corporation.
you also have to be a pro-housing community.
That, it depends on how that's funded. If that's being funded through the capital program side of the Economic Regional Development Council,
30
then it
seconds.
would come through that.
Oh, okay.
But if it's being funded just through normal state grants that are passed through, those will not be impacted by those. And again, this isn't mandating anything in terms of a lot of the data too for zoning and for permitting. Some of the zoning data is already available publicly through the Long Island Zoning Atlas as is. And it's really just saying that you have done the work and started the work with the Community Housing Fund, CPF funding, and
3
through
minutes.
ADUs to get that done. Thank you, and I hope that you.
Mr. Stein, I just have a quick question. In the housing program, if designated, is there also is there a line for transportation funding as well?
There's the Public Transportation Modernization Enhancement Program grant. That is more of for, say, a county bus program.
Okay.
So Suffolk Transit would be eligible for that.
Okay.
I know there was the.
What about like Suffolk County On Demand? They unveiled the On Demand bus.
In
Would
theory,
that be something?
In theory,
potentially?
I would have to look at the grant for that.
But the county would have to apply for that funding.
But the town could partner with the county for that and get the matching funds through that. Counties aren't required to approve the pro-housing communities program.
Right.
It's only villages and towns, cities.
We actually do run a local bus program here, Southampton Town and East Hampton Town. We have our last loop program for the South Fork commuter connection, so something like this could be right on point.
Yeah, and that would be, again, huge boom. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Irene, Anthony, looks like.
Good evening. Thought it was going to be earlier than this.
I know.
Supervisor Moore and council people, I'm Irene Anthony. I live in Hampton Bays. I think after tonight I'm moving to East Quogue. Seems like that would be the thing to do. I came here because, you know what, we, Supervisor Moore, you came to our civic committee last, or 2 Mondays ago, and we had asked about getting information and the possibility of doing a road weight, that your trucks and everything have a certain weight that they can't go on the roads. Is that what it's called? Am I accurate with that?
Yeah, weight restriction.
Yes. And I know in other towns you always see like no through street and things like that. I'm wondering if that is a quick fix to a lot of this problem, because if they in the Shinnecock area, if they can't go down Newtown Road and Squiretown Road, then that's going to be their problem. But that will alleviate the homeowners not to have these diesel trucks and gas trucks going down their road. They have no sidewalks. I mean, it's a huge safety issue. I don't live where they live. I live a little bit further away, but I would find living like that would be so upsetting that all of a sudden I'm having diesel trucks and massive trucks and all these cars to get free or lesser gas going down my streets. It's unfair. We're citizens in Hampton Bays of Southampton. We pay taxes. I mean, isn't that at least a way we can work that by lessening the weight on those roads? This way they can't have their trucks go down there. I mean, they're doing all sorts of stuff, not listening to us. I feel like we have to make a stand here. And legally, I mean, like with those towers, it's been, 5 years? We still don't know what's happening. I don't care if they own that land. I could care less. What I care about is the safety of those residential streets with kids on them. And I'm wondering, you said you were going to meet with your
30
council
seconds.
people and discuss it with them. And I'm wondering, did you guys come to any decision about that?
One of the troubles where they can't do the weight on the road is because you have a train bridge.
I can't hear you.
I did bring it up, and Bill's going to tell you what.
You have a train bridge there, and then you have the 2 boat yards. They have to get fuel. They can't go take the fuel truck down to the marina. There's a train bridge there by Holson's Farm.
So,
then you're hurting those two businesses down there.
But and that would connect to their gas stations?
No, you can't. If I have a big boat on a trailer or I have a fuel truck, I can't go down by that way. I have to go the other way because I can't get underneath the bridge.
You said OBI, you aged yourself.
I know. Yeah.
Okay.
By CPI.
CPI.
So it was an interesting idea, but it wouldn't work for those reasons.
Okay, well.
But we
sorry
thought
to
about
hear that, guys. Tried. Okay, thank you.
And most of those restrictions also say except for local deliveries, so it would they'd still be able to bring in trucks of fuel and.
Thanks,
Sorry.
Irene. Next is Stephanie McNamara. And then Craig Catalinato.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie McNamara. I just want to speak a little bit this evening about the pro-housing. Pro-housing, in my view, is a euphemism for overdevelopment. We don't have the infrastructure. Pro-housing is not the same as affordable housing. We're in favor of affordable housing. We are not looking for our community to grow. We are looking for reasonable options like garage apartments or responsible zoning changes, like the one that just occurred on North Simi Cox Road for our local workers, first responders, our children to be able to live here. Our roads cannot handle this kind of an influx, and it will not reduce the amount of traffic, as this kind of pro-housing plan will increase the need for services to care for these new homes. New landscape, more nitrogen in our waters. This proposal is in stark contrast to the goals of the many organizations trying to preserve land, protect our waterways, and preserve our way of life here on the East End. This is not Nassau or Western Suffolk County. We do not wish to become urbanized like our western neighbors. The town board needs to take serious measures to stop trying to urbanize our community. The County Road 39 options to put a bypass through North Sea or on the railroad tracks or on a raised overhead roadway are all leading to urbanization. The DPW stated the solution is to stop overdevelopment. Urbanization leads to more traffic and yet more overdevelopment and higher taxes. This pro-housing from the state requires massive data collection for the last 5 years. Who's going to pay for that data collection required? Who will do this work? At what cost to the taxpayers? Let our local community housing fund and home rule determine what's needed. Honor the zoning laws that we have in place to protect what we have here. We don't need the state dictating to our community and destroying our environment and the quality of life we all work so hard for. Home rule is what we need. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. All right, Craig Catalinato and then Stephen Kiley.
Hi, Craig Catalinato, Hamlet of Spion. Thank you, Town Board. Thank you, Supervisor, for hearing my words this evening. I just want to say that I was one of the people who shared the information about 500 units per year. If I was incorrect about that, I apologize, and I will let my community know I was incorrect. However, I will not apologize for any word that's about to come out of my mouth henceforward. I don't want to, Councilman McNamara pretty much read the description of paragraph E from the state's pro-housing certification, so I'm not going to read it again. But to paraphrase, or actually to put it into layman's terms, the state of New York wants the town's data. It will use this data for comparison against other townships, as if we are all the same, but we're not all the same. Each township has its own different characteristics. The state will deem whether or not our zoning is restrictive. The state will then dole out grant money based on, as of yet, undefined tiers. Undefined tiers. This is pay for play. You build and the state will pay you. Right? So, look, as we know, each municipality has its own unique infrastructure, environmental sensitivity, school impact tolerance, etc. Turning Southampton Town into a data file, it reeks of political justification for a desired end. And what is that desired end? More housing and more density in Southampton Town. Again, dangling the carrot of money. Where is the density for these? Where is the land available for these density adds? Let's look at west of the canal, Eastport, Spionk, West Hampton, Quail, Hampton Bays. Whereas the incorporated villages are immune. Eastport is already being bombarded with high-density projects and other proposed applications. So let me just sum this up real quick, because it's been a long night and I'm tired. Sending this letter of intent, in my opinion, puts the noose of overdevelopment around your constituents' necks. The town already has the Community Housing Fund. I'm going to say it again. The town already has the Community Housing Fund. There's no need for pay for play with New York State, as the pay is not worth turning Southampton Town into overdeveloped targets of opportunity to satisfy tiers that we don't even know what the parameters are. Again, I thank you for your time. I hope you're getting paid time and a half. Craig Halloran, Spion, thank you again.
Thank you.
And Stephen Kiley is our last in-person speaker.
So last but not least, I guess.
We'll be the judge of that.
Good evening, Madam Supervisor and rest of the board. Again, my name is Stephen Kiley. I'm not a resident, so I'm not here to advocate as to whether or not you should pass the pro-housing community resolution, but rather offer up my experience as a land use attorney to make sure you make an informed decision. While this program indeed is an opportunity to secure grant money, it may be a deal that is too good to be true. I ask why. Why are they asking for your zoning map and code? According to the Pro Housing Communities Program FAQ, it wants that information so as to create a unified format compatible with the National Zoning Atlas. What is the National Zoning Atlas? It is a database that has parcel-specific information countrywide on how communities treat housing. It has been used by states to impose land use reform on localities with strong zoning codes. I repeat, it's been used by the states to impose land use reform on localities with strong zoning codes. The group behind Atlas argues that minimum lot size and single-family zoning needs to be replaced with high-density zoning, and radical methods need to be employed to achieve it. They want to urbanize our communities by imposing mixed-use zoning in residential areas. So please, look into that organization before voting. Additionally, as per the Pro Housing Community FAQ, they want your building permit data so they can track which localities support housing growth and those who don't. They will use that data to, and I quote, inform future policy making, i.e. potential housing mandates from the state. As to the housing mandate, Governor Hochul is on record, and I can provide, if anybody asks, that information. She's on record stating that in the next legislative session, this mandate will come back, and she just shelved it because she didn't want to hurt her Democratic colleagues running up and down the ticket.
30 seconds.
So please be wary and really scrutinize this program before voting, as the devil is always in the details. Thank you very much.
Stephen? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley? If you would, I think it's appropriate that you identify yourself and our mutual endeavor.
Oh, yeah, my name's Stephen Kiley. I'm running for New York State Assembly against Tommy John. And wait, I think somebody, I had a fan in the room. Was there a fan? He called me Mr. Kelly. It's Kiley, K-I-E-L-Y. And if you threw out one of my flyers, I don't have as much money as Tommy John has, so I may need that. All right, thank you.
Good night.
All right, Kevin, is there anyone on Zoom for public portion?
Too bad.
I have to get a drink.
Jim's getting water for people tonight. Yes, Jim.
I what? What?
She needs a drink.
Oh.
You get a,
Yes.
actually, maybe it's stronger than a water.
Anyone else, Kevin?
Get it for you. No, man. Go ahead. Come on. Anyone else?
I don't know if you trust them, Mike.
Cindy needs a refill too.
I'm fine.
Anyone else?
Yeah, he's getting something else.
Okay.
Two more.
I just want to, Kara, if you could, as far as the missing, scales here.
I'm sorry.
That's
It's
okay.
a little hard with, it's late and I don't know why you guys had 8 public hearings. There's 2 main things. Obviously Westwood. The Westwood situation is really dire and I knew about the DEP, we knew about the DEP months ago. I don't understand why it's just coming up now. So again, $1 short and a day late, and it's really a problem for these guys, especially the guys living there. I understand on Newtown Road, it's
Gail, can you just pause for 1 second? I'm sorry. Kevin, can you just increase the volume a little bit? The folks in the audience are having a hard time hearing.
Okay, so
That's
can
better.
you-
Yes, that's better. That's better. Thank you. Continue.
I'm sorry, I'm on assistive devices, so I have like 12 screens here. So the issue with Westwood, many of us knew that the DEP had standing over the Indian reservation and on the oil tank and on the tank. So that is coming up now is again one of those $1 short and a day late issues. Like, we gotta move it along. We're begging, people are literally begging you. And I understand all the, I just wanna reiterate that. We hear it every day, you hear it every day. It breaks our hearts, it really does. And it will destroy our entire community. The second thing is this New York Housing Fund. On what planet does anybody on this board think that you're not selling your soul for $1? I'm sorry. The whole plan, the compact plan last year, with all the housing, you all adopted. I don't know who was on the board at the time, but definitely Cindy adopted the home rule, and I thank Cindy for maybe not the facts being appropriate, but for letting us know that it was on the agenda, because Cindy is a former community activist. Okay. We may have our differences, Cindy McNamara and I, but she stepped up being a community activist to legislator. She knows what interests us. Coming as a legislator and taking these seats, maybe not so much. Hampton Bays, west of the canal, Cindy knows. I don't agree all the time, but Cindy knows. The fact that you all, some of this board, is looking to urbanize west of the canal, looking to put housing in places housing shouldn't be, and in the legislation, it actually says for developers to access money to make their development of affordable housing profitable. Why is the town in the business of making housing profitable for the developers? Liberty Gardens, you run the same problem over and over and over again. So if you think that this money doesn't have strings attached, I'm not sure what you're thinking. You're supposed to think of unintended consequences, not the easy way out. So I'm looking for you guys to look at this in detail just like Mr. Kelly said, and make sure that it's not going to affect him.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vote for Kelly.
We don't need, thanks, Gail. We don't need Jackie and Dan to stay for anything, right?
Excuse me? No.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Or Kara.
Thank you, Gail.
Okay. It's up to you. Yeah.
All right, who else?
Kevin, we have one more?
While we're waiting, I just want to address the misinformation. Kara, the number that I got from the 500 was from our housing plan. So if that number can be addressed to the correct number of the 30 whatever thousand instead of 48,000, I'd appreciate that. And also on the state website, if Housing and Community Renewal could put up the actual budget bill that we're now dealing with, because all they list is the governor's executive order, and that's what I was going off of. Because that made sense to me that they weren't going to penalize you if you were looking for grants for housing.
Hi, you guys
Hi,
ready?
how
for
are
me?
you? Welcome back.
Good, welcome back. Sorry to be here so many times. I did actually also come to speak. I said it was the last agenda item. I hope it is for you guys. I'm sorry if it's not. I did come to speak about the row housing resolution. It is not as straightforward on either side of the argument as council members on both sides of the issue would have us all believe. I did take a look at this myself. I am an attorney. I went to the website. I looked at it in detail, spent all day on it. I did appreciate Council Member McNamara's email. I do not totally agree with all of her interpretation, but I would definitely not characterize it as misleading any more so than comments made on the other side of the argument tonight were equally as not, completely correct. It doesn't mandate anything, and no doubt it would be an opportunity to secure great and wonderful grant money, but there's no reason we can't opt in later. On the other hand, our setup with incorporated villages that can separately decide not to opt in and they haven't made their decisions yet, this resolution, this letter of intent has the ability, like the pot shop opt-in, to unfairly place the burden solely on the unincorporated hamlets. And that requires careful thought and discussion and not a rush to pass a resolution. Many of our hamlets, the unincorporated ones in particular, are already dealing with significant overdevelopment. Imagine how 1%, and I don't care if that's 200 units or 500 units, it doesn't matter, 1% would make it infinitely worse. This needs to be discussed and considered. To opt in now before the villages have made their decision, that would put us in the same difficult position we find ourselves in with the pot shops. Specifically, those with the highway office zoning like Bridgehampton. While the villages escape scot-free, that's not fair. And that's not necessarily equal due process or protection by the town council. Why not hold a public hearing on this issue before putting forth a resolution, especially when, like MRTA, the details are changing every day? Why not hold a town hall so the public can ask questions of HCR? Southampton can opt in at any time. What's the rush? What has the growth been the last 3 years, annually and in total, for the unincorporated villages? Since it seems like if the villages opt out, that would be the most relevant calculation. We haven't been given those numbers. Like the Pot Shop Act, I believe that Council Member McNamara is right. If we rush, we run the risk of pushing through a program that in no way resembles what was being sold to us now. I'm less concerned about the information being requested. All of that information is publicly available with FOIL. But the designation, and while the designation would make us available to grant funding, have we even as a town sought any of these grants in the past, or do we have specific plans to? Because all of that is important to think about before we just rush in to opt in. So I too, like others have said, and we also already do have the Community Housing Fund, which is our own fund of housing. I too, like others, implore you to do the right thing. Take more time for the public to understand it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, is there anyone else who'd like to be heard?
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, then, I had moved to close the public portion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And we're going to move forward with our resolutions now.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1178, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone. Resolution of adoption amending Southampton Town Code, Chapter 298 on taxation to amend Article 8 to authorize an exemption for the creation of new accessory dwelling units within the town.
Second.
I thought
hear
we were
back from the
tabling
schools?
that.
Kara, have we heard back from the schools on that? We have not. So can we table that, Tommy John?
You would like to table?
I'd like
it?
to table.
Okay.
Thank you.
To what date?
To the next meeting, November, what is it?
12th.
November 12th.
School boards are in the city for the New York State School Boards Association conference this week.
I'm happy to wait for this one. And I, by the way, I want to thank your office for sending out that letter. Really appreciate it.
All in
Tom?
favor?
All in
To table.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1193, co-sponsored by the entire board, to appoint Tom Houghton, Jr., Town Engineer, as the responsible local official for the Hampton Bays Bike Lane and Multi-Use Trail Project.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 1194 of 2024.
Are you going to do a motion to amend?
This is to authorize the assignment of a contract for purchase of a property located at 99 Montauk Highway, Watermill, to the Southampton Town Housing Authority. I'd like to make a motion to amend.
Second.
I believe, well, I want to go through the amendments. Thank you, Councilmember. If you look at the seventh whereas.
Oh.
Okay, so the Town of Southampton Housing Authority understands that in order to develop community housing, the Watermill property, the procedures listed in Town Code Section 330-185 for a change of zone, strike through must,
Do you
and
have-
add may,
copy?
be,
They have
and
all
add
this.
required, strike through follow, including.
Give that to somebody.
Okay, does everybody have this? I know
Yes.
the clerk has it. It also adds two other whereases and changes the 11th whereas to Georgica Green Ventures and adds a 12th whereas as well. Okay, we all have it?
Yep.
Okay, so motion to amend?
Second to amend.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And now
I think that's
make
three.
a motion to adopt as amended, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be the next thing here. I'd like to make a motion to adopt as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I just want to say, I
Thank
think
you.
this is a great use of our CHF funds.
Yeah,
Thank you,
we're
Kara,
very
again, to
excited
your
about
department.
this property.
And also to the Housing Authority as well for your help.
Thank you for coming, Curtis. And the community's in favor of it too, so it's really a
And it
Win,
is
win,
and
win.
it is worth noting that because we are using our CHF funds money instead of state grants, we can potentially keep this affordable in perpetuity and not at the 30-year limit that the state usually has.
yeah. So thank you all.
Do you
Kara.
plan on going for grants to, well, we're not quite sure we're there yet, but I think you probably might be looking for some grants on this. Okay. We'd be glad to help.
All right, Town Board Resolution 2024-1195, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, to authorize a change order number 2 for AVA Design, Inc., for the architectural design engineer services as well as construction management of a proposed ambulance facility at 1256 North Sea Road in Southampton.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1196. Authorized purchase of heavy-duty truck parts and parts and labor to repair heavy equipment RSMM from Trucks Inc. using town procurement contract.
Second.
And co-sponsor, Madam Clerk, please?
Certainly. All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 1197 of 2024 to authorize the purchase of licenses for Microsoft Office 365 from Software House International, SHI, using New York State contract.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1198 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Pell. Authorized purchase of Western low-profile plow from Truist Inc. using Suffolk County contract.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1199. Authorized to purchase hydraulic heavy and medium construction equipment from Honda Construction Equipment American Inc. using Sourcewell contract.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1200, authorize the supervisor to sign a contract extension for portable toilet rentals with call ahead.
Second.
All
That's a
in
relief.
favor?
Wow. Does anybody want to co-sponsor?
That's a relief.
I'll co-sponsor that with him.
Did you hear that, Madam Clerk? He's going to co-sponsor.
Yes,
I heard.
I'm so glad I'm not alone on that bill.
All
Yeah,
in
we might get
favor?
stuck in there one day.
Aye.
Okay.
Town Board Resolution 1201 of 2024. This is to authorize the supervisor to sign a letter of intent to become a New York State pro-housing community. I want to table that until the November 26th meeting.
Second to table.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1202, authorizing the supervisor to sign any and all documents with Near Map US Inc.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm so tired, you probably could have sneaked that one through.
I know, I was just.
Go tell him that.
Town Board Resolution 1203 of 2024, authorize supervisor to sign catering contract for a senior services holiday party.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1204, authorizing the supervisor to sign a contract extension for printing of envelopes with Dan Printing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1205, to authorize the supervisor to sign a contract extension with United Metro Energy Corp. For ultra-low diesel fuel.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1206, authorize the supervisor to sign a contract extension for printing of decals, posters, tickets, and pads with dynamic printing, concept print, and rainbow printing.
Wow.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 1207 of 2024 to authorize the 2025 renewal of ESRI Incorporated for software licenses utilized in the GIS division.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 1208 of 2024 to authorize the supervisor to sign any and all documents with Software House International, SHI, to assist the migration to a cloud-hosted email and office program environment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1209 to authorize the supervisor to execute a contract extension with Fisher Signs and Shirts LLC for vehicle graphics.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1210 to authorize the supervisor to execute a contract extension with Quag Sinclair for supply number 2 fuel oil service and repair.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1211 to authorize the supervisor to execute a contract extension with Quag Sinclair Fuel Inc. for liquid propane gas.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1212 to authorize the supervisor to execute a contract extension with Shinnecock Hardware, North Sea Hardware, and Suffolk Lock and Security for hardware and various items for pickup.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Town Board Resolution 2024-1213, authorize supervisor to extend license agreement with John Dunn and West Robin Oyster Company, Inc. for use of the portion of the Conscious Point Marina and the further of aquaculture.
We're doing this tonight?
Second, but on the motion, I agree with the necessity of doing this because they have nowhere to dock at the moment. And I do appreciate the fact that our CPF director basically conferred that they will be checking up on the site to make sure no damage is done. And it is revocable at any time, so I'm okay with moving forward.
We haven't read the resolution yet. Finish reading it. I mean,
Bill
I guess.
did.
Bill did. I think Bill did.
Bill did.
Read it.
The only issue is if we were going to change it to 1 year, versus someone said it was 3.
We have a motion and a
Could be
second.
1, 2.
And also, Jackie did say that if we have to put some screening up there, they're willing to do that.
I'm fine with it because it's revocable at any time, so if any of the concerns become an issue,
We can
we
relook at it.
can tell them they have to leave.
That's it. But they do have no place to tie right now.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, everyone.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1214, authorizing the supervisor to execute a retainer agreement with Peter D. Johnson, Esquire, to provide tax certiorari,
I love the way you read.
legal proceedings for and on behalf of the tax assessor's office.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 1215 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone. Authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with H2M Architects, Engineers, Land Surveying, and Landscape Architecture, DPC, to provide professional engineering services related to the construction of a test well located at the end of Quail Run in Hampton Bays.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution ID 1216 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Pell and Iacilli. Authorize the supervisor to execute any and all documents with Suffolk County Community College to provide water aerobic classes for members of the town senior center program.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1217 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone. Authorize the supervisor to sign a contract extension with Brian Bistrian for farming at Town Line Road, parcel Town Line Road, Sagaponic, at the tax map as indicated in the resolution.
Look at that.
Second.
You and Councilman Scavone coming together through farming.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
All in favor?
Always.
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1218, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, to authorize the supervisor to sign a contract extension with DePierre Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Ricky's Plumbing Supply. Yeah, it's still spelled wrong. And Nugent and Potter for the supply of plumbing supplies to the town. Can we
Can you
make that
remove that
correction?
The N in Nugent, it should be Nugent. No.
Nugent.
Only have to have a word if that sense.
You see that, Kim?
Watch that.
I don't know if it's in the body too. I can't see that.
Close, we get the porta potty.
Town Board Resolution.
Oh, did we second that? Who seconded
Second.
it? All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Should have tabled it.
Hello?
2024-1219. Authorize supervisor to sign a sole source contract with General Code LLC for service for the town clerk's office.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1220 of 2024, authorize the supervisor to sign agreements for senior services programs.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1221, authorizing the supervisor to sign an agreement with Municipal Valuation Services, Inc., formerly known as Michael Haberman Associates, Inc., for small claim valuation and processing services.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1222, co-sponsored by the entire board, to authorize the supervisor to execute a no-cost contract extension with First Coastal Corporation for coastal engineering services in connection with the Bridgehampton Beach Erosion Control
Second.
District. Did it say district?
It should say
It
district.
should say district on the title.
One more, Cindy. Okay.
Erosion control.
Just add
Missing
the
the word
erosion control district. The word district should be
at
added.
the end of the title.
Yes.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1223, co-sponsored by the entire board, to authorize the supervisor to execute a no-cost contract extension with First Coastal Corp. for coastal engineering services in connection with the Sagaponic Beach Erosion Control
Second.
District. All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 1224 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Pell, to authorize the supervisor to sign an extended contract with Conic Land Trust from 2022 Community Preservation Water Quality monies to accommodate project, project delays.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1225, to authorize the town comptroller to purchase the necessary property, casualty, auto, and liability insurance policies.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1226 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone. Award and authorize supervisor to sign contract with MRJ Industries Limited for Hampton Bays Water District SCADA Contract A, tank gauging, and fiber optic cable installation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1227 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone. Award and authorize supervisor to sign contract with Wire to Water Incorporated for Hampton Bays Water District SCADA Contract B, SCADA system upgrade.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1228, co-sponsored by the entire board, to award and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract with Synic Civil Construction Company, Inc. for Hampton Bays Bike Lane and Multi-Use Trail Project.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1229, to declare items surplus and authorize disposal of vehicles.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do you
Town
wanna
Board.
say that or sign it?
Town Board Resolution 1230 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara. 2024 notice to bidders for demolition of South Valley Road, Hampton Bays.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 1231 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara. 2024 notice to bidders for demolition of 33 Peconic Trail in Flanders.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great to get that done.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1232, sponsored with the whole board. 2024 notice of proposals for the CPF Stewart Consultant Management Service.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1233, co-sponsored by the entire board. The 2024 notice to bidders for property cleanup to bring properties back into compliance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1234, co-sponsored with Councilman Powell, to amend the 2024 adopted budget for highway special events.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1235, to amend the 2024 adopted budget for special events.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1236, to amend the 2024 adopted budget for Tiana ECD.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1237, to amend the 2024 budget for various departments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1238 of 2024, amend 2025 preliminary budget for a title change from Fire Marshal 1 to Fire Marshal 2.
Second.
I just.
She's just evaluating the bill.
Oh, yeah, I just thought it was, they were using the part-time funding. Is that what it still
Yeah,
says?
it's budget neutral. They're using some part-time
Okay.
salary money.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1239 of 2024, amend 2025 preliminary capital budget for adult exercise equipment project.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1240 of 2024, amend 2025 preliminary capital budget for Noyak Road pedestrian enhancement project.
On the motion, before we second,
Yep.
I cannot support this bill because of the way that it was done, and I do believe that the monies may be needed for this project if it's needed in the future.
I triple checked and I only did it the way I did it was because I was told that it has no effect on the project whatsoever by our.
Yeah, you said that in the last meeting, I know.
We'll make sure there's money for the project.
Was it
Second.
Second?
Killed it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
You're allowed.
I know. I do.
But you have permission. Town Board Resolution 1241 of 2024, appoint members to the Shinnecock Commercial Dock Management Committee.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1242 of 2024, resolution of adoption amending Town Code Chapter 312, vehicles and traffic.
Second.
Amending and
Sorry.
adding parking prohibited in
Pause.
designated locations regulations on a portion of County Road 80, Montauk Highway, East Quogue.
Second.
I really second
Can I
that,
just
but
go
that's
back to the town board resolution for the town dock?
Can we finish this one?
What is this?
Can we take a vote and then move back?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
All in favor?
Second. Aye.
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 Aye, fine.
I just want to make a comment about this. I had,
Town
a,
dock.
I had a slip there many years ago with my dragger, and there was a waiting line to get into this dock. Now there's empty slips. That's why it's very important to protect the fishermen in the baymen, a place to tie up.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we bought it from the
Thank you, Bill.
county and rebuilt it.
Yes.
Thank you. Town Board Resolution 2024-1243, resolution of adoption amending Chapter 312 to authorize stop signs on Lumber Lane at the intersection of Maple Lane and Bridgehampton in order to create an all-way stop intersection, co-sponsored with Councilman Scivone.
Second.
I will say for my husband who has to get out of this intersection with a truck and trailer that he appreciates the always stop sign.
Tell Mr. Mack I said you're welcome.
Yeah, put it on Facebook for you.
All in favor?
It feels like that much.
Thank you both for making our roads safer. Town Board Resolution 2024-1244 to authorize the Peconic Bay Region Community Preservation Fund tax refund pursuant to the first-time homebuyers exemption for Pablo Montesi and Maya Brasilowitz.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1245 of 2024, co-sponsored with Supervisor Moore, to authorize the conveyance of sanitary flow credits to the Southampton Housing Authority for the development of affordable housing at 90 North Sea, Mecox Road in North Sea.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 1246 of 2024 to accept a reduced performance bond in connection with the subdivision map of Lewis Road, PRD.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1247, co-sponsored with Councilman Pell, to appoint Jenna Walney to Senior Office Assistant in the Town Clerk's Office.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Town Board Resolution 2024-1248, to appoint Tony Aquino to the Building Permits Examiner position in Land Management.
Second. And this is front desk, Tony.
Yes, congratulations,
Oh,
Tony.
yes.
Congrats,
Good.
Tony.
That's
He's a
great.
great guy.
He is.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board
Aye.
Resolution 2024-1249, to terminate an employee in the Municipal Works Department.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1250, co-sponsored by the entire board. A notice of public hearing to consider the acquisition of 528 Pleasure Drive in the hamlet of Flanders, New York, and to amend the CPF management and stewardship plan to include the property.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that'll be held on November 12th.
Thank you. Town Board Resolution 2024
Oh, nothing. I thought it was on for resolution. I was like, what? Did we
No,
talk
no,
about
no,
it yet?
no, no. Town Board Resolution 2024-1251, notice of public hearing to consider local law amending chapter, co-sponsored with Councilman Pell. Notice of public hearing to consider local law amending chapter 150 to enact a leash law for just streets and sidewalks.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So that's a public hearing that'll be
Mhm.
scheduled
On November
for the 12th.
12th.
That's a lot of pages.
Yeah, sorry, there's
We're on page 85.
a lot.
Town Board Resolution 1252 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilmember Uselli. Resolution setting a public hearing to consider a substitution of term of the Residence District Table of Use Regulations.
Second,
Are we all okay with the title?
yes.
Okay.
Thank you
All
for
in
giving us some time with that. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
good.
okay. All in favor? Another
Aye.
public hearing on November 12th. What do we have
That's
to now?
Then we have a couple more.
This should be a quick one.
Shouldn't be any.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1253, notice of public hearing, consider local law 312-6 C7 in order to make a portion of the Lighthouse Road a one-way road southerly direction between its intersection with Forster Avenue.
Second.
All in favor?
All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
How many public
Come on,
hearings
Maria.
do we have for the 12th?
No, it's fine. Just
We'll-
let's keep
we'll-
going. It's
yeah,
an
let's-
It's
afternoon.
gonna be
Let's-
another night like
It's
tonight.
an afternoon.
No.
It's 1 o'clock. in the
Everybody's
afternoon.
going to be in a
So-
great
Quick
mood
note.
on November 12th.
Okay,
The
how
holidays are coming.
You're starting with 0.
All right.
Clean slate.
That's fine. It's less than 8.
Yeah,
It'll be okay.
so
These are
that's
quick.
7 total.
I'm not afraid.
I think we have broad agreement for these
8.
as well.
Yeah.
The leash law is gonna be,
I won't send out any letters.
Okay. Okay. I think we'll be okay.
I'll bring my dog.
And then you know what? It's also going to be the holiday season. We're all going to be cheery.
It's,
Okay.
So
It's
we
November
have
12th.
eggnog?
Okay.
it's
You're gonna bring it.
After 3 hours, you're supposed to get up and walk around because you can get blood clots. in your
I've heard
legs.
that.
Yeah.
Just wanted
It's
to
only
mention that.
10:30.
We could take breaks. We could take breaks.
Okay.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1254, co-sponsored with Councilman Pell. Notice of public hearing to amend zoning chapter 330-346, non-residential lighting standards to update the correlated color temperature standard to align with new lighting technology, which had broad agreement on during the work
This will be on
session.
the 26th, at least.
Thank you, and I want to thank. I do want to say I want to thank the Dark Skies Committee for their
Hardest working
efforts.
committee in the town.
All in favor?
Aye.
Who was the second?
No, with their every.
Town Board Resolution 1255 of 2024, resolution accepting a deed of dedication of open space in connection with final conditional approval of subdivision known as Rothman Dynasty in Watermill.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I guess
Town
it's
Board
not-
Resolution 1256 of 2024, co-sponsored with the entire board. Consider acquisition of 6C Squires Pond Road in the hamlet of Hampton Bays and amend CPF project plan and CPF management plan and stewardship plan to include the property.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1257, co-sponsored by the entire board, to authorize the acquisition of 27 Tiana Circle in the hamlet of Hampton Bays and to amend the CPF project plan and CPF management and stewardship plan to include the property.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-1258, co-sponsored by the entire board, to consider the acquisition of land at 65 Old Riverhead Road in the hamlet of Hampton Bays and to amend the CPF project plan and the CPF management plan and stewardship plan to include the property.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then we have the 4 walk-ons. But wait, we're not done yet.
No.
No one's here to hear this one. Town Board Resolution, ID number 47877, which is a notice of a public hearing to consider the sale of the 112 Old Riverhead Road, West Hampton Beach, New York
Second.
property.
Second.
Oh, no, that's on November 12th also.
And the whole
All in-
whole room was here to hear it at the beginning of the meeting when you added it to
But
the
I'm
agenda.
here, and I'm excited.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we're getting what we paid for it,
Yes.
which is
And-
the best news ever.
Yes.
We need a community center in our area.
And next Thursday,
Can I co-sponsor the sale of that building that I never liked?
yes, we can all co-sponsor it.
Oh, let's have the whole board.
The whole board.
Well, you have to ask.
That's fine.
Okay, time and time.
He
I
bought
support
it, so.
Okay.
And I will vote yes to sell it.
Next Thursday, can I tell them?
What's happening?
Uh-oh.
We're going
When Bill
to-
starts something with "Can I tell him?" maybe we should wait till after the meeting.
I'm not even sure
No,
what he's gonna say.
that we're gonna have the rough drawings of.
Oh, right, yeah.
The proposed
You wanna
Proposed
tell 'em?
community center.
Yeah, yeah.
Very exciting.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
And I want
For the board to review and comment on.
And I just want to commend you, Supervisor. I know you worked hard on this. This was a major effort of yours, especially when you came in and you saw a vision and you pursued it. I just want to
Thank you.
Wait, you
It's a
didn't go
huge
out to the
relief.
community with charrettes like Sunday did?
Yeah, 20 years ago I worked on this project,
Yes.
and unfortunately the
We hope we-
economy tanked, and so did.
We hope to go, if we move how we're moving on the West Hampton Senior and Rec Center, we hope to be able to go out to bid earlier in the year.
Yeah, this time around, everybody's gonna see the plans, comment on them.
Yeah, we've been pushing really
We did
hard.
get some input already from the housing, from the youth director and the seniors, from Laura and Tracy.
We gotta move
Kim's
on.
packing
because Kim
up,
wants to
let's
go
hurry
home.
Okay, wait, we're not done. All right, Town Board Resolution ID number 47890 to appoint Jade.
Jedi's.
No, it's
Jada.
actually I only know
Jada's.
because I
Jada's.
spoke. No, it's not. I spoke to Ryan. That's the only reason why I know.
How do you
It's
know?
Hades.
Hades.
Second.
Maldonado.
Hades
Hades.
Maldonado
Yes.
to the
Can
guard
we
position.
peel this back a moment? You need to vote on the first resolution.
Oh,
All in favor?
Aye.
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 We all sponsored it.
And we're
I got
appointing
that
Hades
part.
Maldonado to guard position in public safety.
You'll be the new
The
Tony.
new Tony.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution ID number 47894, which is the warrant number 20.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And Town Board Resolution ID number 47905 to authorize the supervisor to sign a contract with Sarifi for legal education services.
Second.
All in favor?
Before we adjourn this evening, if I may make a couple, I know everybody's everything
Punch
out to
drunk.
get home, and I get it.
You're not hungry?
But
We don't
I
know
am
how to
hungry.
be devil.
I am hungry. I do want to say that I want to just express my gratitude to my fellow board members for tonight's discussion. I understand that it got a little intense in terms of the debate. This is an important topic, and I'm really glad that we all, really touched on what we could, and it really is an honor to serve with all of you and have these discussions with all of you, because what we are trying to do is just make it better for people to live in this town. And in terms of the public, I just want to say, we heard some comments about, our support and appreciation of Hampton Bays. We do support the people of Hampton Bays, but we have to always support the people of the entire town.
Yes.
And that's something unique about this town. We are an at-large town, so we are all focused on trying to solve a lot of different issues in a lot of different communities, and it's not always the easiest thing, but I want to commend working with everyone here on the board, and including Madam Clerk and your staff.
And
public
discourse is good, the debate is good, and I think at the end of the day, we can all shake hands.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
All right, well, on that note.
Or get socked on the way out the door.
I move to close the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.